tell you, like you realize, you wake up, people they've lost a loved one.
Yes.
But you greet them in the morning and they tell you
they are fine.
We are fine.
Really?
We are quite fine.
Well,
yes.
they are not lying. Apart from the loss, they are fine.
They are fine.
Yeah. But there's a reason you've brought it up. You want to tell me that Africans, we are never open about our situations?
No.
Not really open.
We are not. No, we are not.
Is that
personally okay? But I'll say it's not really open, but it's just a culture that if somebody asks you how you're doing, you'll just tell them I'm good. Is
that to imply
so
that
later that's when you bring in that conversation that maybe okay, we have these laws, we have this and this that happen, but for that first moment you're talking,
right,
you'll just tell them that things are quite okay.
So unasema that if I was to ask a white man from America, how are you, he'd be like, chief, my morning is quite bad.
Sure. True.
Unajua sisi we preamble everything, and you want to find out about the person's health before you start encumbering them with your issues. How was your day? Watu wako namna gani? That is how we approach the day. The details of the reality of what we're experiencing now and that comes later.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not what it's like somebody comes to your house and say, what do you want? Hey nani karibu. You watch enough movies to see how those relatives of ours in those very cold countries why are you here? We do not ask those questions.
Yes.
Or maybe the community you come from, maybe you do.
Actually, in the movies I see them, they open the door,
they stand at the door.
Yeah, they don't let you in. They're like, even if it's your sister, your brother, you open for them and you're like, aya, Patricia, what's up? So nikusaidiaje? Mpaka wewe mwenyewe unaniambia, can I come in? I'm like, oh yeah, sure, you can come in. But before that, I need to know why you're here. But in Africa, mtu hata kwa gate ushafungulia mlango, karibu.
Yes. Habari leo utakunywa chai? Maji.
Na maybe amekuja kukua. So
but that's rare.
Yeah, of course. I'm just saying. But also there's this situation where here in Africa we're never open about anything, because you're afraid of our people in the village. They might be overworking with the witch doctors, whereby unashtukia.
This man has just told us with great clarity where it is he comes from.
Sure.
So you find out, you find that someone is not going to tell you whether they're going to whether they have gotten a new job or they're going abroad, and you'll always find at the last minute, like literally jamaa anaenda airport leo asubuhi ndio anakuambia, by the way, I've gotten a scholarship, I'm going to Boston, I'm going to study.
He will tell you when he's on the plane.
Yes.
Not even when on the plane.
Or
actually,
you'll find out when he's
just see
there.
my photos after I landed.
Yeah,
that is when now I'll say, on my way to Boston. Kumbe nilishafika.
So clearly you guys have had an eventful morning, eventful evening, I hope. So let's see what's happening as far as the days we're celebrating are concerned. Well,
today there is this day about Hiroshima. I hope you all can remember.
Yes.
The Hiroshima atomic bombing.
Right.
That happened some years ago. That is in 1963. So today...
No.
Sorry, not 1960, 1890.
No, 40.
Not even
Hiroshima is
1945.
Yes,
because it was during the end of the Second World War.
Yes. So that happened, and you know the reason why I chose this day. It's because the other day we had the U.S. President Donald Trump talk about the nuclear bomb and so forth, and it's like the whole world is just looking at what the US will be able to do to Russia and so forth. So that is the reason why I chose this, because of course that day a lot really happened. Yes, lives were lost, a lot of them.
Actually, Hiroshima is not just lives were lost to date.
The effects are still being felt.
The aftermath of that particular bomb is still with the people of Hiroshima. It was Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Yes.
There were two places that were bombed. Yes.
People are still having birth defects due to the to the DNA effects, to the atomic effects on their DNA rather.
Yes. And then I was looking at now the atomic bombs. They are all nuclear. They are all nuclear. So I'm looking at if then we could be still feeling the effects of that bombing that happened so many years ago. And we are right here. We are having countries that are talking of nuclear bombs right now. Where do you think the world is heading to?
I can assure you that, first of all, Russia and America are not going to go nuclear anytime soon. Yes, because because of a very simple fact. They do that, they both literally
perish.
No, it's not even about perish. They will literally delete themselves from the map of the earth if they actually go nuclear on each other. Because once you drop one bomb, Nivio. And you see, the problem with let's even assume, for some strange reason, US decides to attack Russia and drops a nuclear bomb in Russia. Of course, Russia will retaliate and drop another one on the US. Now, the problem with that, of course, I am not a war, what is it called? A war expert or an expert in matters war. What happens after that is that US has allies, and the allies also have atomic bombs and nuclear bombs.
Russia also.
Is the same.
Yes.
And now people will start attacking each other. Then the next thing you know, they'll even start attacking their bases in other places. For example, here in Africa, the US has got a couple of bases, including here in Kenya.
Yes.
Russia has a couple of bases as well in Africa. Those ones also will be attacked, and it's not going to be a pretty scene. So I highly doubt any of them is willing to go that direction anytime soon. So right now they'll just do sanctions, insult each other, send spies on each other. But nuclear war, that one is not bound to happen anytime soon. I don't think any of them is stupid to do that.
The proliferation of nuclear armament is actually referred to often as a deterrent, meaning if I can destroy you and you can destroy me, none of us really wants to destroy ourselves. Because if I attack you, essentially I began the process of eliminating myself. Because if you attack me, I'll also be eliminated. So that logic is what is used. I cannot say I fully understand it. Why build them in the first place? Yes. But they say, human beings being what they are, that's the direction they have chosen to take. And this enmity that they keep saying they have, that's a story for another day.
Yeah.
It may not necessarily be enmity.
Yes.
As we are seeing on the face value.
Not necessarily. Because if you look at the history, during the Second World War, America and Russia were allies.
True.
Okay? They got along. And that is how they divided Europe. Eastern Europe, Western Europe. They agreed. Prior to that agreement, when they had rulers, when they had what they call the Tsars, there are those who argued that at some point in time, the Tsar, meaning the king or emperor of Russia, emperor of Germany, emperor of Britain, were all grandchildren of Queen Victoria, who was a British queen. So, you see, these countries have long-standing ties.
Actually, they were all cousins.
So yes, so this thing of someone telling you that suddenly there's this enmity, you have to ask, excuse, what do you mean?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what exactly do you mean?
Yes.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, so usipanic. They might shoot each other with guns, but nuclear, hiyo kidogo itakuwa ngumu. Aya, which other day are we celebrating?
Well, we also looking at this same day, so many years ago. That is when the first execution by electric chair in the US happened.
Which year is that?
That was in 1890.
Oh, 1890.
Around 18 years.
Okay.
Yeah, that was when the first execution by electric chair in the US did happen.
So we are not.
It's just something.
We're not celebrating.
Yeah, we are not celebrating.
We're not celebrating the execution. We're just marking the day.
We're just marking the day. Okay. Then again, it was that first day when there was the first woman into space by the Soviet Union. That is the time when they did launch the first woman into space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Soviets launched a lot of things into space, including a dog.
No, I mean for women.
Yeah, I know.
I'm speaking about women.
No. I'm saying they sent a lot, including
even
the woman.
Dogs.
They even sent a dog. It was part of the experiment. But anyway, over the years, also the US has sent a couple of animals to space to experiment. They also sent microbes, bacteria, fungi, protozoa. They've been sending things to space, obviously for research purposes. One animal that has survived the openness of space is an animal called the tardigrade. It's very tiny. You can't see it with your naked eye. You can't even see it with a kitu tunatumianga kuangalia.
And a microscope.
Watch a microscope, magnifying glass. So you actually need, and not just any microscope, you need an electron microscope to be able to see.
It has survived.
Yes. So the reason it has survived is because, first of all, of its the way it was just built up. It has a very it has a very tough how can I put this? It's very tough, for lack of a better word. You can Google it. It's called the tardigrade. Yeah, one of the most fascinating things about life.
Okay.
Yeah, that thing can survive anywhere. It has survived in space. It has survived in the cauldrons of, volcanoes. It has survived in the most cold places, the North Pole, South Pole, the tundra, basically. And it is okay. And the funny thing is, it is on your skin. It's in your face. It could be in your hair right now. It could be in your eyes. It's just there swimming. And it's a very tiny animal.
Wacha iendelee kukaa. Wacha tu kama inaweza kuiko kwa let it continue.
It is everywhere.
Okay. Okay, so today's RGK train going to this one, Mahatma Gandhi, who said the world is big enough to satisfy everyone's needs, but will always be too small to satisfy everyone's greed.
Very true indeed. We Africans have a saying that he who rides a horse of greed will arrive at the destination of shame.
Huh?
You can say that again.
He who rides now what?
Okay, kwanza ni farasi. He who rides a horse of greed will soon arrive at the destination of shame.
Yeah. You see that proverb is from which country again?
Hiyo ni African.
It's just generally African.
Sema tu ni African. I'm not giving any country credit for this one.
I have a feeling you wrote it yourself.
Nope.
But it sounds Nigerian. Who he rides the horse of what now? Of greed,
yes,
shall arrive at the destination as shame.
Yes. So we just want to remind everyone that the world is big enough to satisfy everyone's needs.
I totally agree.
But will always be too small to satisfy everyone's greed. We keep on saying that in our country we have enough resources. Every day we keep on saying that the problem with Kenya is not a revenue problem.
Yes.
It is an expenditure problem. When we break down to the expenditure problem, we are seeing issues to do with corruption. Yeah, we are seeing issues to do with greed.
Yes.
There's somebody who wants to have you have like 5 homes.
10.
You have 10 homes.
Someone owns half the country in terms of land.
Mung'ala, you have a home here in Nairobi. You have a home in Mombasa. You have a home in Kitale. You have a home in Kisumu.
Yes.
Right.
Then na kila home una wafanyikazi.
Yes.
There are bills that are being sorted.
You're creating employment.
Then we just it's okay.
That was my next point. But
yes, you are creating employment. But then we want to ask you, like, na kuna mtu mwingine, yes, do you really need all this? Yeah. There is someone else in the same country, and it is not because that you earned this genuinely.
How do you know?
I'm just giving an example because we are talking on the corruption side. It is not that you have earned this genuinely.
You stole that money.
You have stolen so that somebody else is suffering because you have 10 homes.
Okay.
What about somebody who didn't steal and has 10 homes?
Gawia watu wengine.
Lakini siti nikuulize aje. Acha tu nikuulize swali. Is it possible for you to own sorry, five homes, like 5 mansions across the country, and you earned that money legitimately?
Yes, it is possible.
Legitimately,
it is possible.
Acha tuingie rgk.co.ke. I think I hope you've been noting these days down. These topics. We shall have days.
You say this is a discussion for another day.
Yes, it is. It is.
Acha tuongeze pale kwa list.
Ongeza kwa list yetu. Anyway, now let's check out what's happening as far as news-making stories are concerned. rgk.co.ke is where you need to be. You can also see our very beautiful and handsome faces there. You can also check us out on YouTube. That is at Radio Generation Kenya. Tafuta pale utuone, alafu tuweze kusonga pamoja, si ndio? All right, so let's see what Tanya Wanjiku has written for us 19 minutes ago. This is one of the top stories, Counties spent 15 billion shillings on legal fees as public services declined. A new audit has exposed how more than 20 county governments across Kenya spent over 15 billion on legal fees, travel and allowances despite struggling to deliver essential public services. In her report for the financial year ending June 2024, Auditor General Nancy Gathungu raised alarm over widespread misuse of public funds, questionable project spending and unchecked legal costs that she warned were hurting economic progress and weakening service delivery. So kuna watu hapa wamekuwa, counties rather, zimekuwa zikilipa legal fees 15 billion. These are 20 counties. So we can assume that roughly each county has spent at the very least 700 billion on average on legal fees. At the very least. 750 billion. No, sorry, 750 million,
so
sorry.
What are these things that they're taking to court that
cost
so much? I mean, what are these matters that keep going to court that require 15 billion shillings to resolve?
Counties.
On average, every county spending 750 million. I remember there's a time Donald Korir, the lawyer, charged, was it Nairobi County, 1 billion.
Yeah.
Him and his law firm. Waya. Kuna wakati mwingine Ahmed Nasir, senior counsel, pia alicharge, was it a billion ama niliona vitu zangu. So what is it they're defending that is costing a billion? I know legal fees are very expensive. Having been someone who's gone through a court process, but 50, what?
No, even the expense that you're speaking of. There's a remuneration order that lawyers have that more or less guides them as to how it is they should charge.
Yes,
exactly.
All right, and they will argue that given the amounts involved, if you look at the percentage, the amounts can accumulate, and then if it's delayed, there are matters of interest. But still,
bado haitafika hapo.
But still, that amount of money.
Asema our counties wako na makesi kotini, left, right and center.
They can, that there is no,
it's normal.
It's normal. They would, their employees, their contractors, it's understandable. But the amount, no.
That's a lot.
So according to this story, they are saying that most of these cases involved unpaid claims for completed work, illegal staff dismissals, flawed procurement and poor contract oversight. Yes. So the judgments the judgments entered against the county executives resulted in a high cost of litigation and interests, reached the report, which also shows Nairobi has got 1,086 active legal cases, and if these liabilities materialize, the county could face serious cash shortages that may paralyze operations.
These are some of the news stories that make me sick. You know, every time the Auditor General, every time the control of the budget comes out and gives us these kind of reports, you barely you can't understand what really happens in our country.
Amesema all this money is being owed to this whatever, despite struggling to deliver essential public services. Sasa ndio ile part nyingine.
Yeah.
So mko na shida kwanza ya madeni ya kulipa legal fees, lakini pia mko na vitu zingine mjalipa hapa, mjalipa salaries, garbage hajakuwa collected, kuna sewerage services pia ziko pending kwa sababu mnashindwa ku deliver on that because hamna pesa zingine zimeenda kwa legal fees. Like this is just a hot mess. This is a proper hot mess. So I hope something will be done there. But now, you know, the problem with Kenya is we always hope and nothing gets nothing gets done. Now, kuna history ya US na Kenya, which we shall be reading later on in the newspapers. But the US Senate has moved to threaten Kenya's non-NATO ally status. We were given this status by by President Biden, and now Trump and his people are saying, his colleagues saying that perhaps we shouldn't be given that status.
How does that status help us exactly?
Well, being a non-NATO ally, that means that if and this is my understanding from when that thing happened, is that they will come to your aid in case you need military intervention. So let's assume we're here in Kenya, then we get attacked by some random country. Let's call that country Buba. So if Buba attacks Kenya, us being a non-NATO ally means that we are still an ally. So let's emphasize on the word ally here. So us being an ally, that means that the NATO congregation, if I may call it that, can actually come to our aid. To answer your question, CT Muga, that is how it helps us.
Okay. And who is going to attack us to the point where we need help from the US?
Well, God forbid. We've been having issues. You remember, kuna bunduki fulani tumepeana to a certain country, a neighbor of ours.
You know something?
So if they retaliate,
part of the problems that we've had with our neighbors have not had anything to do with us. From the time we had the bomb attack at the US embassy, the problem was never us.
Exactly. We know who the problem was. We know who was being attacked in that particular situation.
And even now, when we have problems, it very rarely has to do with us as Kenyans. We happen to host people from other nations, and those fellows who attack us may have a problem with those people.
We are hosting,
These bandit attacks that we have on our roads and what have you, those are homegrown, we understand. And usually when they attack, either it's retaliatory in countries where you hear of, in sections of the country where you hear this, or when a lorry is hijacked, it's usually a lorry that's carrying food. It's rarely a lorry that's carrying hardware. Okay? So you can actually clearly understand how it is that these bandits think. Right? So what I'm saying is, being a NATO ally, from everything you've told me, when you have some understanding about security and military alignment with the US, essentially, by having that, we've put a target on our backs.
So let me just read this paragraph here. The designation, which was granted on June 24th, 2024, this is before Gen Zs were killed last year, which was granted on June 24th, 2024, followed President William Ruto's state visit to Washington in May, and was hailed as a milestone in Kenya-US relations, enhancing cooperation in defense, security, and economic sectors. So, apart from the defense and the security conversation, economic sectors imeingia hapo pia. So, because, I mean, NATO stands for what? North Alliance Trade Organization?
North Atlantic.
North Atlantic, yes. So the point here is ni treaty, si trade. Yeah. So nilikuwa nishaanza kusema tunauzanga
biashara
vitungu huko. But the point here is, now that we are currently, and it looks like it's been taken away, and I'm sure it will be taken away. Ukiona wameanza conversation, it's all we know the end.
Like before we
know the end goal.
What were we like before they gave us this thing? We've been cooperating with the US long before this thing was given, right?
The question we need to be asking is, since it was given to us, what exactly has improved? Or what exactly was introduced? Or how have we benefited
from it?
The thing is this, you need to ask the question, who needs the other more? You know, we've existed with our neighbors for a very long time, okay? The US has interest, that's why they keep talking to us. That's why they're giving us this thing that is supposed to have value. And the value, when you look at it, you have to keep searching for it to actually find it. We had a relationship with the US long before this. Everything that you've read, we had before this. So the value add that this...
how much is it?
Yes, this understanding has brought us. The people who know it perhaps know it better than we do, and we're only scratching the surface. But the point I'm making is this. At the end of the day, you need to ask the question. Instead of having the US as an ally, why don't we find a way of just getting along with our neighbors so that we do not need to be worrying about how our neighbors might attack us? Should we not spend more time doing that?
I mean, at the end of the day anyway, we shouldn't be doing anything to agitate or kusumbua our neighbors.
We live with our neighbors.
Yes.
They are our people, they are our neighbors.
So that's why
I think...
Yep.
Well, I think in as much as we are interacting with other people and other nations, and of course the fact that we have a lot of minerals, we have a lot that other people want, you can be sure that conflicts will always be there. Yeah, we shall always have conflicts because, again, like you've said, some of these conflicts, it's not because it's ni sisi tumeanzisha, it's because there's someone somewhere targeting what we have.
Right now, DRC and Rwanda have come to some peace agreement, all right? And if you read the unfolding story, Eastern DRC and the problems that have arisen, it was about the very same thing you're mentioning, natural resources, minerals, okay? But now, there's a clear understanding, okay, this gold and this what have you. Rwanda actually has a value-add facility. So you bring the raw product, we process it here, and everybody's happy. Remember I said I was telling you, these problems, the underlying issue is always money. And don't let anybody take your mind away from anything else. It is money.
Focus on what is important.
It is money. There are people who want contracts to be able to benefit from the resources in DRC. There'll be South Africans who have an interest, and by the way, they've always had an interest. South Africans even built a railway all the way from South Africa to DRC for that sole purpose. Okay? The French would have an interest because the Belgians would have an interest, of course. The Americans now have an interest, of course. So people have an interest. Okay? Now, the question is, how do we align our interests? The president of Rwanda seems to have understood this, because the moment you have a value-add facility, meaning a place where you can smelt the gold and what have you, your country benefits directly.
Yeah, sure.
He has understood it.
Okay,
Are you trying to say that other presidents have not understood it?
DRC have not understood it. If you have all those minerals, why do other people need
Or
to come
they-
and process it for you?
Or they have understood.
No, they haven't.
It's just that they do not want
They
to.
haven't
Or
understood.
again-
Umeiona tu ile mtu anakatanga kusikia, si ati
Well,
hajui.
No. they have
and
not-
some other time they
Hawajashika.
might have understood,
Hawajashika.
but
Hiyo
then
kitu ameshika.
Hawajashika.
Mung'ala, look here. There's there's already a cocoon they are already in. They have been put in. So to some extent, these people might be knowing, okay, might have understood that, okay, we
Tanzania
have this problem, but
produces-
you want to get out of it. How do we get out of it?
Patricia, but Tanzania produces gold.
Yes.
Magufuli put a halt. Said, my friend, this thing of taking this stuff in this raw form out, it's not happening. We are going to be value adding here. He stopped it. That's somebody who has understood and is taking the step. Okay?
So is it possible that someone can understand and just not take the
And
step?
still fear to take a step.
No. It's not fearing. The benefits that accrue to you personally and your need to have that benefit outweighs the benefit of the citizenry.
Okay, let me ask, using the language that you've just used, money, right? So if you're the president of this country and you've understood the assignment and you want to put this particular plant here so that we can start smelting this gold, but here comes Uncle Sam, or comes the British or whoever, the French, and they come and they tell you, this plant you want to build here to start smelting this gold, hatutaki ufanye hivyo, but to compensate you so that you can forget this particular assignment, so that you can understand, withdraw their understandment, if there's such a word, here's like some 30 billion. Forget him, mambo bana. You endelea kuwa president, retire in peace.
See, that's the point.
Yeah. So is it possible that is what is happening in
There's always,
a lot of these African countries?
you can have an alternate discussion and say, look, you clearly want to benefit yourself, all right? Why don't we look for a formula where you benefit and my country benefits, and let's forget how I will benefit, because if my country benefits, actually I will benefit. Yes. There will be benefits accrued to me, but not from you. Let my country benefit and let me benefit from what my country is benefiting.
Because there have been rumors that presidents who do not listen to the reason that is coming from these Western countries, they always don't last in power for long.
There is evidence to support that view. There is.
All right.
There's evidence, but the saving grace right now,
Right.
there'll be very many other interests. So if these fellows are giving you a hard time, there are other people you can talk to, like the Chinese.
Yeah, I think even in our country here, we have a lot of resources. Even in our own country here. The other day we were talking about the production of power, electricity, energy in our country, right? And then we looked at other private entities, organizations that are giving our country power, and some of them are not Kenyan, right? But they are using the natural resources that are within our country to produce that power and then sell it to you.
Yes, we've allowed them.
So,
The thing is this, you can arrive at an understanding with some of these. You see, the power that other nations have over us often depended on something that doesn't exist now. America didn't have competitors. There's a time the British didn't have competitors active. China was not a world power.
True.
Russia became a world power later. I'm simply saying
that now we have options.
In an era where there are options, one has to use softer diplomacy. Before, they could just say, come at you with a hammer. Now, they have to understand that if they remove you, somebody else will come in, and somebody may decide to work with somebody else. The person who took us to China was Kibaki. He looked at the West, he looked at America, he looked at the way the Bretton Woods institutions were functioning. He realized, now, this is not going to help us. And he and very many African countries went abroad.
And that is how we found ourselves in China. All right, what's happening on the roads of Nairobi? Very simply put, right now it's very early in the day. It's 28 minutes to the top of the hour. Hamuna shida mingi sana, traffic iko minimal. I'm looking at let me just zoom in here. Ngong Road hamna shida yoyote. Kwa hivyo kama unatoka sehemu za Ngong kuelekea town, umepitia pale Lenana High School, hamna complaints zozote. Ukitoka sehemu za Kitengela unataka kupitia Mlolongo, uende Kabana, upite Imara, Daima, uelekee mpaka South Sea, upite huko, kote mko sawa sawa, hamna shida kwa sasa. Nikiangalia pia barabara inayojulikana barabara kuu ya Wayakiwe, also kule kutoka Kinoo Rungiru ukielekea Kinoo uteremke ufike pale Mountain Estate, upite Kuna Estate, Loresho, uko kote hamna shida yoyote hadi pale towni. Patricia, sijui wana nini sehemu yako upande wako rather?
Yeah, naona hapa barabara ya Thika hakuna traffic mpaka pale Mathare. Kuanzia Mathare kupita mpaka Pangani, that is where we are seeing a traffic, but the rest of the road is quite fine. Same applies to Jogoo Road, just a section there where we are having a little snarl up. That is between Makadara and some place there in Botela because of the renovation. Then the other roads, I'm seeing most of the roads are quite okay right now. Vile tunasema ni mapema. All the way to Mombasa also, things are quite okay. Bado ni mapema.
Sawa. Chochote pale barabara mtakachokiona mweza katupata pale katika mtandao Radio Gen KE, and clearly my Swahili is over.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right. Let's check what's happening on the newspapers. Daily Nation, the very front page says US probes Kenyan officials over RSF links and abductions as well. So the probe is detailed under a proposed amendment to a bill on on 2026 US military spending. So this is in regards to the US spending, and it will cover the period from June 24th, 2024, when Kenya secured NATO recognition. Now, within 90 days of the new law, Secretaries of State, Defense and the Treasury, as well as the Director of National Intelligence, shall review the major non-NATO status of Kenya. Not less than 180 days after enactment of the Act, a classified report on the findings of the investigation shall be submitted to Congress by Secretary of State. Yay! So, wanasema hapa kwa Daily Nation that US Senator and Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Jim Rich, who criticized President William Ruto in May for his dalliance with China, has petitioned Congress to sanction a probe by President Donald Trump's administration against Kenyan officials over abductions, links to Sudan's RSF, and ties to China, Russia, and Iran. That full story is on page 4 and 5. So umeona kinye tulikuwa tunasema hapa City Muga.
Yes.
It's because again, and you mentioned our dalliance with China and Russia, of course, and Iran. And of course our links to Sudan's RSF.
Right now,
yes,
we even have what the Europeans refer to as the Middle East. Okay? They themselves are also a power. And they are also entering this sphere. Like if you look at some of the conflicts in the Horn of Africa, and even in Sudan, countries within the Middle East have been mentioned. Now, the moment somebody extends their influence beyond their boundaries and it goes into other countries, essentially they have extended their power. They've now ceased to be just a country. They are seeking recognition beyond their boundaries. It's how countries start. So, and in this information age, and with the declining of the American empire, because it is declining, In fact, one could argue it is in full decline. This game has changed. People keep talking about the Chinese economy being the second largest in the world. My opinion that it is the largest. When you have a population like they do, and you're as industrialized as they are, and for the longest time they've been the world's industrial estate, my friend, they are not loud. They are not loud. They don't shout about what they do. They don't chest thump. If we know what we know, and it was happening for decades before we got to know it, what else do you think is happening that you don't know? So, you have Japan, a powerhouse. You have Korea, Southern Korea, a powerhouse. I'm simply saying that if you are looking at the powers of the nation that we have right now, a lot has changed. A lot has changed. Yes.
Yeah, so we are being reviewed by the US Senate. We're also being reviewed
the superpower
by the US cabinet. And I can assure you, hii kitu ya NATO ala inaenda. Inaenda. There's no two ways about it.
I think tutaishi tu
bro. Iende.
Tutaishi tu.
All right.
Tulipumua before, tutapumua after.
No, iende. Because iende tu, it's okay. It's like someone has 3 dogs and decides to lend you one to help guard your house. Then they say they want their dog back. So you give them back their dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
If bad, eh?
Yes, give them back their dog. Yes.
Graft registers decline, but the usual suspects still top corruption index. A new survey by the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission has revealed a slight decline in the overall prevalence of corruption in Kenya. However, job seekers, particularly in the counties, have become prime targets for bribery demands. Yeah, me I know of someone who was asked to pay 300k to get a county gig, and once they paid that money, that gig never came.
Oh.
Yeah, well, the thing is, such transactions don't have a receipt.
Yeah, enda kusema
there's no refund hakuna. There's no documentation, and if you report it, essentially you're reporting a crime.
That you committed,
and you're also part of the crime also.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember there's sometimes I know the police force, that is where most of these cases used to happen. Kitambo
police service.
Yeah, okay, let me use the force first. Wacha tuache service kwa sababu ni kitambo sana. That's when we were witnessing these things. I remember there was a family ilienda kushtaki kwamba walitoa hongo na hawajapewa pesa. I mean hawajapewa kazi.
Yeah.
So then you're like umejistaki wewe mwenyewe umeparticipate. Yeah, so it's quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate where we have reached as a country, leave alone counties, just almost everywhere. If you want a job nowadays, it's like you're buying.
So this is the ranking of state departments and agencies perceived to be most prone to unethical practices and corruption. Kenya Police 48.2%, Directorate of Immigration 5.1, National Registration Bureau 4.4, Traffic Police 3.6. Mbona Traffic Police wamekuwa separated from Kenya Police? But anyway, Traffic Police 3.6%, the National Treasury 3.5, Civil Registration, this is births and deaths, 3.4%. Who bribes to be given a death certificate?
What are you asking, Mung'ala?
Okay, City, enlighten me. Okay, Patricia, what am I asking? Enlighten me.
What are you asking? You know, in Kenya, because of let's say because of ignorance, sometimes because people just don't know. And you want a birth certificate. They do not know the
birth certificates. I get it. People like forging them. People even like replacing baby daddies on their certificates and put other men there or delete other men there. That one I get.
Even the death certificates also. So, maybe you are in a hurry. Kuna families ziko na conflicts because of pengine mali iliachwa. So kuna ule mwenye ende anataka tangulia enda achukue the death certificate. Like a lot really happens in these
now
these certificates. Yes.
So tumesema civil registration, birth and deaths, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, okay, State Department for Land and Physical Planning, State Department for Medical Services, and then State Department for Health and Professional Standards. State Department for Health and Professional Standards. 1.6%. Last but not least, you will never guess this one. Unless, of course, you've already seen this paper. Office of the President at 1.1%.
I think that the same report, they did it in terms of professionals. And this is what they've written on the Star in terms of professionals.
Before you mention the professionals,
Yes.
I want to ask City Muga, who bribes the president?
Office.
Office. They said office.
Office.
Bro.
Office.
Yeah.
So tuna bribe kuona president.
Office.
Tuseme tu ni office.
A lot happens in that office.
Not a lot. The question is, what doesn't happen in that office?
Okay. Yeah.
Aya, tusomeo yako.
So in terms of professionals, this is what they are saying, that professionals perceived to be involved in corruption, wanasema police officers at 27.6%, KRA officers at 17.3%, chief, yes, 16.2%,
Tuna bribe KRA.
county inspector officers.
Una bribe KRA for what?
What are you asking, bro?
See, we already paying them taxes. Why are we bribing them?
We'll get back to that.
Okay, yes, county inspector officers 13.4%, lawyers at 14.1%, county revenue officers at 13.4%, land surveyors at 13.3%, architects 9.15%, doctors and nurses at 9.0%, bankers 8.5%,
We are bribing bankers again.
accountants and auditors 8.4%, engineers 7.1%, economists 6.9%, teachers at 6.5%, university lecturers 6.0%. Guess.
Yeah, university na make sense.
Guess the last one.
Office of the President.
Journalists
We are
At
bribing journalists.
5.1%. It is not we are bribing.
We
They
are
are saying
we are the ones
they
bribing.
get involved. They might be the ones
we are
giving.
being bribed.
Yes.
Or we are being bribed.
They might be the ones bribing. They might be the ones being given the bribe.
Okay.
Yes.
It's interesting. The Standard on page 8 has a similar story, but their headline is truly interesting. EACC, desperate and cornered, Kenyans turn to bribes to survive.
Actually, the survey is by ECC, by the National Ethics and Corruption
Yes, commission.
Commission. Yes.
Sasa mimi turudi hapo kwanza kwa KRA. Tunapatia KRA pesa ya nini? Already we are paying them taxes. So why am I bribing KRA?
Because you, my friend, it's ethics and anti-corruption, sister. See, ethics and anti-corruption. Your organization ni yako. Ile ambayo tuko nayo Kenya hapa ni anti-corruption.
Anti-corruption.
We are kuna.
Now, I'm just reading what they have written here. By the way, what they have written here.
But you know what is
National Ethics and
when you say it, it really fits in.
yes.
Kuna ethics upande huu, kuna
National
corruption.
ethics.
Mwingine.
Okay, that's what they've called the report. National Ethics and Corruption Survey.
Oh, that is the name of
The
the
name
report.
of the report. Yes.
Okay,
All right.
you're sour.
Is the name of the
Okay,
report.
guys, let's get back to I'm asking and I want to understand. Kuna nini hapo umemention, institutions hapo hivyo umemention.
Professionals.
Yes, professionals kama
yes.
KRA.
Yes.
I want to understand. Kazi ya KRA ni kucollect taxes.
Kwanza umesikia wako what level? Number 2 after the police officers.
Police, that one is a given. That one you should
Mung'ala, I want to remind you that KRA pale ndio pesa iko ya Kenya. That is where we collect
for example,
yes.
For example, we are taxed here where we work, right?
Yes.
So the money goes to KRA. At no point am I interacting with KRA unless at the end of a financial year when I'm doing my tax returns, right? Where my employer gives me a P9 form, or if I am an independent contractor, I have my withholding certificates.
Okay.
Sindio? And I'm doing all that online. So at what point is KRA coming to me, or me going to KRA to actually...
let me help you.
Yes, please.
Have you ever thought of tax evaders?
Yes, I've heard of them.
Tax avoiders?
I have heard of them, yes.
Have you ever seen someone, they need a tax compliance certificate?
I have.
But they are not compliant. But somehow they have that certificate.
Okay. But
have you ever heard of tax enforcers?
Yes.
Yeah, so now I think you're answered.
So now I know.
Yeah, now you know.
Aya, hapo kwa bankers. Bank nenanga kudeposit pesa yangu kwa bank. Mshahara wangu inaenda kwa bank, naenda kuweka zile marupurupu checks nimepata kwa bank. So why am I bribing the bank?
Sasa, have you ever heard of debt enforcers? Like, wewe umekopa mkopo.
Auctioneers.
Yes. I mean, you've gotten a loan from the bank.
Yes.
And you have not complied to how you're supposed to repay this loan.
Yes.
But there's someone protecting you, like, wezi kuja kubebewa vitu. Leave alone that. Leave alone that. So shida yangu ni I don't commit crime.
That is
just one aspect.
Guys, clap for me.
That is just one aspect. There are so many. Actually, there is a specific bank.
Yes.
Just recently.
I will not mention the name.
I'm not mentioning the name here. People have been laid
off.
Yes.
Okay.
Because of
corruption.
Mtu ulikuwa unatafutwa, unapatikana simu yako ilipokea pesa fulani kutoka kwa a client. Inaweza kuwa tu ni soda tu aliona umemserve vizuri, then it's like okay, Mung'ala
soda ya $500,000.
Yes, go take some. Yeah, that is now.
Hiyo ni factory ya soda.
Hiyo amekununulia depot.
Yes, so that is basically if you want to know why the bankers are involved here, that is it.
Okay.
You want to know why journalists are also in this list?
All right, tell me about journalists. Tell me about them.
Can you tell him why journalists are also in this list?
Ubana ya transfer.
Anataka kujitoa kwa hii story. Don't worry.
Triciah,
Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission are not after you.
Yes.
Yes.
Triciah, can you tell us about journalists? Triciah. City, can you tell us about journalists?
Yeah, no, but I'm curious though because we are always either behind a mic or in front of a camera reporting the news. And writing about it. So how are journalists again getting bribes? Maybe I'm in the wrong profession.
So you want to answer him?
Maybe I should get into a specific job.
Okay.
When did I become an expert
in bribery of journalists? Yes.
But look.
Yes.
What has been spoken of has to do with one, print, TV. Radio, probably not so much. And this is how it works. A story has come out.
Yes.
And it doesn't represent you favorably. And you do not want it to appear.
So I find the journalist.
Yes. And you encourage the journalist to adopt a different view. Yes.
Or not publish the story at all.
Yes.
And you provide the journalist with good reasons not to publish that particular story. Okay? And if the reasons are laced with the understanding of the Kenya shilling, then you will find
or the US dollar.
Yes, the journalist may actually see your perspective with great clarity. Yes.
Start seeing your story with a different perspective.
On TV, and there is a story that you want to appear, for instance, but there are other stories also that should appear. All right, or something was said in the heat of the moment, and you want it edited. You don't want it to appear in the public domain. Again, you will find a persuasive perspective with which to talk to that particular journalist so that they can share your point of view.
Okay. And that makes sense.
It makes sense.
Yes. Yeah.
So, but radio ni ngumu kidogo.
Sisi unajua inakuanga live, you say it as it is.
Hapa kidogo,
ni ngumu
kidogo. So all these people here, you've heard of university lecturers also?
Oh yeah, no, I mean we know people. It's either you sleep with your lecturer for that A grade, or you pay your lecturer, you still get the A grade. So it's you to decide which currency works for you.
That story has done the rounds for the longest time. Right, even the time when I was in university, which was a really long time ago.
Yeah, I mean we can tell.
Yes, believe me, even I can tell. Yes, it's a long time ago. Yes, there were always those stories. Somebody who somehow seems to do very well in class in certain subjects.
And they are never in class.
Oh no, they're in class, all right. But since they're your classmates, you know them and you realize this person can't get this
grade.
Hakuna hata akiamka asubuhi.
Hata mkikaa na yeye selebu na kunyonga chai pamoja, when you listen to how they reason, you're like, hey, how did you get in UCU 101? How did you get that A, my brother? Or my sister for that matter?
The point is this. Remember, we're talking about human nature and how it is we like to do things that suit us and favor us, even if they are wrong, as human beings. Now, what corruption, as we know it does, it just provides you with a platform. First of all, it gives you a headline, and it gives it a label and a position. So you now know, we now call it corruption. The indication that the police are corrupt, well, one shouldn't be too gleeful. It tells you we are corrupt, because the police don't corrupt themselves. They provide an opportunity to inconvenience us, and they offer us a platform from which we can remove the inconvenience. And so we comply. That is the clearest indication that we as a citizenry are as corrupt as the police officers.
Mimi nilijua mambo yamechemka wakati niliona pasta akitoa 1,000 ampatie karao. We were traveling on the road in the pastor's car, then we were stopped. Insurance manenos hazikuwa sawa na pastor tulikuwa actually we were heading to some place he was going to preach, and we were stopped, and then the cops came, and then now the pastor had to, because we're in a hurry, had to bless these police officers with 1,000 shillings, and we proceeded on our journey. That's when I knew things in this country are thick.
No, they're extremely thick. Remember, you always have the option. You can refuse.
Yeah.
And you can get inconvenienced.
Yeah, you can refuse because you don't have insurance. Of course, you cannot drive your vehicle further. They have to tow it. You pay the towing fee, and we were in a very remote area, so the towing there would have probably cost 25k and above. And then, of course, get to court. And I think once you're found guilty of not having your insurance, inakwanga about what? Is it 50k? Yeah, pay about 50. I could be wrong on this, but whatever amount of money. So you have an inconvenience of, at the very least, 25,000.
Yes. But as I said, a lot of these things don't reflect necessarily on the agency. These places are peopled and populated by Kenyans. So it's a story about us.
Okay.
Yes.
Lakini hata we City Muga, between 25,000 and 1,000, which one is easier to part with?
You can actually talk to that person and not give them money. You see, this is the point that people don't understand.
Yeah.
Police, men and women,
talk
are
to
people.
The cops.
They are people. Explain. And
but is it also possible to talk to the magistrate that you're probably going to face? Explain your case and get off scot-free.
I have found on many occasions that you can actually talk to policemen and women. Talk.
They are humans.
I'm talking about the judge. You've been arrested.
You know me, I haven't even gotten to court yet.
Right.
I am not going to court. That's where I start from.
Tuanzie hapo.
Yes, but even if it's a question of going to court, you can explain. You're given an opportunity to say what you want to say. Yes.
I want to know, is like kuna judge ameambiwa na someone who's committed a traffic offense. This is traffic offense, where you tell the judge, judge, I was driving without my license. I didn't renew it, or my insurance. I was just broke, mheshimiwa, and I really needed to go to work.
Believe me, they listen and they understand. You will still be fined.
Yes.
You'll be told, this is the fine. I've understood. The minimum fine you can pay is this. Pay it. I know, because I've been in such situations and I've paid that minimum fine, and you're given a receipt, and then you continue chatting with the magistrate. But you've paid your fine.
Yeah. Na life inaendelea.
Mnapiga two stories sasa.
Okay.
Yes.
Because I think Kenyans, you're tuned, and then the inconvenience of having to go to court.
My friends, if you're ready to go to court, what you've done,
right,
you've removed the threat. You're no longer afraid to say 20 kotini hakuna shida. Police say 20, it's all right. You've changed the conversation.
Right.
You are willing to be inconvenienced. The power that was there has now been removed.
But City, remember your car has been towed, eh?
It is all right.
You still have to pay. Here in Nairobi, your vehicle will be towed at 5k.
I'm trying to tell you that it is okay.
Right.
If you want to abide by the law, you would have had that insurance sorted out. Because insurance tends to tell you.
Yes.
If you have an insurer who knows their job, they tell you.
Mapema.
Please, you have 1 more month before
your insurance expires.
So you know. Now, if you haven't paid for it, then by all means, pay the price for not having paid for it on time.
All right, we have 3 minutes. I think we can look at one more story. What's on your end, City?
ECitizenship ownership deceit. This story is how, by the Auditor General, that the platform may have lost 9.4 billion in revenue, money doesn't get lost. People tend to take it. Okay, so this story of money was lost. Money is not lost. Money,
we say it as it is.
Yes, is an inanimate object. It does not walk. People take it and walk away with it. 12.6 billion. The government irregularly collected a staggering 2.6 billion in convenience fees by charging Kenyans for the use of the platform. It's the story of ECitizen, and now the people are saying, do away with it. It's not. ECitizen is useful.
We just need to take care of the wastage and the corruption.
Yes, ECitizen has been with us for a long time. Okay, the issue here is money and how the billions being collected are being misappropriated. Why don't we deal with the problem? This thing of every time there's a problem with the system, get rid of it. No. Look for the loopholes and the people who are causing the problem. Get rid of those people.
Niko na swali City na Patricia.
Yes.
And I'll start with you, Pat. Why are we paying convenience fee?
Okay, convenience fee, I think
because this service that I'm paying for, renewal of license is 600 bob.
Yes.
Then there's a convenience fee of 50 shillings. So essentially you're paying 650.
So that convenience for me, it's like for the management. You see, this is a platform that somebody has given you, and of course they must benefit. And I think before
rewind selector a few words back. Someone must benefit.
Yes.
This is a service. This is a service that the government is providing,
whom we pay taxes to.
Sasa, I want to take you back. This is not the government that is providing that platform.
No. Whom they have contracted is not our business.
Yes.
So now
that's not our business.
Whoever now brought, so that is the reason why you hear people are saying that do away with this thing, because some of these issues they started from the inception. Since the inception of that
pesa imesoma hapo ya convenience fee. How much is it? 12.
Yes.
12.6 billion. Patricia, why are we paying someone every year 12.6 billion?
Because you are using their platform, you are using their creativity.
12.6 billion.
So let me tell you, I was looking at the
Patricia,
whole story.
Ngoja kidogo. Ni kampuni gani hapa Kenya inatengenezanga that amount of money? We have, of course, watu kama EABL, they make that kind of money.
Kenya Pipeline.
Kenya Pipeline, Safaricom, they make that kind of money. Airtel, the telcos, they make that kind of money. But it is because we actually use their service on a daily.
We are the ones who give them that money.
Yeah. Lakini a government entity, 12.6 billion.
So the reason why I'm saying the problems with ECitizen, they started from inception.
ECitizen haina shida.
Because you know why I'm saying so? It is okay. ECitizen, that platform it is not the government that has made it.
No, it is.
These are private people.
You know what? Maybe we can continue with this after the news, but City Muga, just hold on that thought of yours. Right now, though, here's Winnie Maganga, and then when we return, maybe in the first 3 or so minutes before we introduce our guest, we shall conclude that story.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Former Garissa University principal Professor Francis Mung'ala has been charged with abuse of office. He allegedly approved a hostel project in 2014 without proper architectural clearance or following procurement laws. Professor Mung'ala hired a firm without tendering, and its representatives sat on the evaluation team without authorization. He was arraigned at the Milimani Law Courts following a probe by the DCI. He pleaded not guilty to the charges and was released on a bond of 500,000 Kenya shillings with an alternative option for cash bail set at 50,000 Kenya shillings. The case is scheduled for a virtual pre-trial mention on August 19th, 2025. HELB will sufficiently cater for all students joining university in September, Education CS Julius Ogamba has said. The CS says the government will secure supplementary funding for HELB to ensure that the board is able to meet the financial obligations to allow all students join universities. The Education Ministry chief also disputed claims that the reduction in university fee will disadvantage debt-laden universities.
We will persuade Parliament, we will persuade Treasury and a supplementary 1 or supplementary 2 to get more resources to be able to cover the students. We're also encouraging HELB to collect more. The student-centered funding model is to ensure that we leave no student behind or no student misses university because of the background where they come from. So support us in that, pass the message and ensure, and we're encouraging each and every student to apply. We will go out of our way to ensure that when we confirm that a student is vulnerable, we will look for resources to ensure that they are in school. No student is going to be left to be out of school because of resources.
The CS spoke at the University of Nairobi where he inaugurated the new University Council. The Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union is demanding the immediate shutdown of 13 hospitals in Kiambu County. The union cites a worsening healthcare crisis as the doctors' strike in the devolved unit entered its 71st day. In a letter addressed to Health CS Ednah and the CEO of Kenya Medical Practitioners and Dentists Council, Dr. David Kariuki, KMPDU Secretary General Dr. Davji Atela warned that patient lives are at imminent risk due to the absence of qualified consultants in key health facilities. According to Dr. Atela, intern doctors in these hospitals are also unable to undergo the mandatory assessments critical for their training. The government irregularly collected more than 2.1 billion shillings from the public through unlawful charges on digital payments made via the ECitizen platform. According to a special audit report released by the Office of Auditor General, the special report on ECitizen published in March shows that the National Treasury charged a fixed convenience fee of 50 shillings per transaction. This is instead of applying a prorated administrative fee in a Gazette notice issued on December 23rd, 2014. This led to the accumulation of more than 1.8 billion shillings in irregular collections before January 23rd, 2023.
The committee for the two private entities that had been paid 127 million was under Wandabo Associates Limited 63 million and Gold Rock Capital Limited also 63. The money was in exact equal.
We should find and know and even look for, even there are companies, we look for CR12 to know who are the directors of these private entities that are being paid money.
ECitizen platform is a scam. And why in page 3, Chair, you've been able to read that there is no legal framework.
The UN's food agency has warned that families trapped within the besieged Sudanese city of El Fasher face starvation. The World Food Programme said it had not been able to deliver food to the city in the Western Darfur region by road for more than a year. El Fasher has been surrounded by paramilitary fighters from the Rapid Support Forces for nearly 16 months, determined to seize it from Sudanese army. The WFP warning comes as local activists have already begun reporting deaths by starvation in the city, which is still home to about 300,000 people. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. The People's Breakfast is the hashtag that you should be using right now on social media, because that is the one that I'll be tracking to have our conversation this morning. We're going to be talking about, stalled court cases and whether private mediation is the way to go. However, in the previous hour, we were talking about convenience fee, and I've promised you that we have to conclude this particular conversation. And CT was actually about to say something before I literally cut him off. So, CT, apologies for that. But what were you about to say about, what you think about the convenience fee that we are paying on the ECitizen platform?
Everything that we are speaking of is in the public domain. The papers write about it. There are those we call exposés. They bring it out into the open, but we know. When people say you should shut down a system, when you shut down the system, what exactly have you solved? Because that system provides a service.
Yeah, you've just basically taken us back to the previous problem we had before the system.
Why don't you itemize specifically what you consider to be the problem in detail and then deal with the problem? Because everything we talk about usually is not the problem, it's a symptom. It's what is being made. When we talk about 12 billion is in an outcome. The outcome is people use that system, the money is paid with using that system, 12 billion is generated by that system.
Right.
So in essence, you could say it's actually a very effective system if it can generate that amount of money. Our real problem is where that money goes to. When the Auditor General tells you 9.4 billion is lost, you're thinking, God Almighty, that's a staggering amount of money. And money never gets lost. Somebody takes it.
Yeah.
Somebody directs it.
You said it doesn't have feet.
No, money doesn't get lost. It's not that we had this money. Somebody took that money. So who took the money?
All right.
The discussion around corruption in the country is actually dishonest. That is the reason why we can't deal with it. Corruption is perpetrated by individuals. So focus who is doing what and deal with it. If there are a group of people, who are they?
Deal with them.
But we never go there.
Our guest in studio this morning is James Mangerere. He is the President, Mediation Training Institute East Africa. A very good morning to you, James, and welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard what CT has said.
Yes,
so in like 10 seconds or less, what do you think about this convenience fee we are paying at ECitizen service?
You know, the issue here is about culture. A culture is something you do continuously until it becomes something normal in society. But we must change that culture. You see, we are passing this bad culture to the next generation. So we must reach a point where we say, enough is enough. People change their culture and start doing things the right way. That's what I can say.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Good.
Let's get into mediation.
Yes.
I am aware that our judiciary has provided for us ways that we can settle issues out of court.
Yes.
Is that what is considered mediation, or is it something different?
There's a misunderstanding in the public about what mediation is, because we have covered this terminology we call alternative dispute resolution. There's what we call ADR. And ADR is a combination of so many processes. We have negotiation, we have mediation, we have conciliation, we have arbitration, we have adjudication, and many others. The problem is we are not very clear about what mediation is. That's the reason why most people confuse it with arbitration, others confuse it with conciliation. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where you empower the parties themselves to make their own decisions. It's a self-determinative process. What a mediator does, a mediator is a third party who is neutral, who opens lines of communication for these parties to discuss and come up with their own mutually acceptable solution. The problem is the public does not understand it, and definitely people will take advantage of that. And sometimes you'll hear people telling you, please, let's sit down and arbitrate, when they really sense they mean let's sit down and mediate. So there's a confusion. Right. So this third party, who are they? Are they a lawyer? Are they a judge? A magistrate? Who are they? Anybody can be a mediator. You know, there's a notion that you have to be a lawyer to be a mediator. That's wrong. Because in the country right now, 60% of the mediators we have are non-lawyers. Only 40.
60%.
Yes. Only 40% are lawyers. Lawyers took a long time to take up this position. I'm one of the lawyers, and that's why I'm saying that. I know the statistics. So many more people are mediators who are not lawyers. And we have teachers, we have psychologists, we have accountants, we have doctors, we have many other professions who are mediators. It's just all about training to become a mediator.
Oh, so because that was going to be my next question.
Yes.
How does a teacher become a mediator? What cases are they given to mediate over?
Teachers can mediate over disputes in the education sector, which are many. There are so many disputes in the education sector. So they have what we call substantive expertise. They have subject matter expertise in the areas dealing with education. Therefore, a teacher trained as a mediator would use the same skills to resolve disputes that are specifically related to the education field. So they come in with that kind of expertise that I'm talking about.
Let's talk about the training.
Yes.
Of mediators.
Yes.
What is it that someone is taken through to the point where now you can be determined as having qualified to be a mediator?
And that's a very important question that our people need to understand. When you step into a classroom as a mediator, you already have 50% of the skills, because as you grow up, you have already developed your emotional and social intelligence. When we talk about social intelligence, that's understanding the emotions of other people, so that you can use that in your social interactions. When we talk about emotional intelligence, is understanding your own emotions so that it can assist you in making your own decisions. When we combine the two, we call it intuition. And intuition is usually fixed by the University of Life. So that one you'll never go to anybody's class.
Yeah.
And what we teach you in our training is what we call behavioral technology.
Right.
And behavioral technology is how to influence human behavior. And this can be done in a classroom setup for 1 week, morning to evening, where we impart you with the knowledge that can help you bring out the intuition that you already have in resolving disputes.
Wait a minute. You're saying that you can teach someone how to influence behavior, or what did you say?
Exactly.
That sounds like manipulation.
No, that's what we call behavioral technology.
Okay.
You know, human beings, we are about 5% rational and 95% emotional. So all this depends on people. When they get into conflict, they are emotionally influenced.
Okay.
So if you can know how to take people through this journey, this emotional journey toward settlement, you may solve most disputes and have permanent solutions to disputes. You know, when you go to the court system, a person listens to you, they listen to the law and the facts, and they make a determination. That means the rational way of resolving disputes. In the real sense, what they ignore or they leave out are the emotions, and the emotions are very important in any dispute process. That's why mediation appears to be a superior process, because it takes into account the emotions of the parties, and they tend to come up with solutions that they can be able to live with.
So in terms of what CT has just asked, the curriculum takes, first of all, is there a curriculum, and how long does it take?
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's an international curriculum that qualifies you to be a professional mediator. And these curriculums usually are approved by the International Mediation Institute. There are bodies worldwide that recognize these particular curriculums. To be able to be a trainer, you must go through a rigorous train the trainer program, which is certified. And to be able to train somebody and certify them, there must be some kind of what we call standards of practice that have been established internationally.
Okay.
For example, in our training, we have a syllabus that has been approved by the International Mediation Institute, by the Singapore International Mediation Institute, and many other international organizations which recognize a particular level of standards that a mediator must meet through the process of training.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you've said there's this international standard, there's a curriculum, and so on and so forth.
Yes.
How long does it take for me? So if today I decided to become a mediator, first of all, what are the requirements? Do I need a degree? Do I need a diploma? Do I need to have gotten a master's? And then how long will it take once I have?
It all depends on where you want to practice your mediation. For example, if you want to practice in court, they look for people who have degrees to do that, or diplomas to a particular level. But a mediator doesn't require any what you only need to do is be able to understand English. In fact, I've trained people as mediators who are standard 7 leavers. I remember sometimes in about 15 years ago, I trained some people from Kibera, Line Saba, at the rosters. And some of them were standard 7 leavers. And they got the skills and they were able to resolve disputes that are simple, structured disputes at that particular level. So it depends on what environment you want to practice. Especially, there are some institutions that require certain type of qualifications for you to train as a mediator to be able to practice in those institutions. So it depends on where you want to do your practice.
So for these standard 7 leavers, I'm curious.
Yes.
They trained for how long?
I did that for 10 days. And I tried to do it as much as possible in Kiswahili.
Yes.
So that at least they would understand. Okay. So we trained them for 10 days instead of 5 days.
So
it took longer.
10 days per day, they were taking what, an hour, 2 hours to train, or
we were taking the whole day because it requires a lot of role playing simulations to be able to instill this knowledge so that these people can then have that knowledge to go out and practice. And then you have to customize cases that are related to where they come from so that you train them in that particular setup. For example, if you look at our chiefs, our police officers,
yes,
I think they need this knowledge a lot because they resolve disputes. Look at the officer commanding a station, OCS, OC crime, the disputes that come to the station. Look at the chief's office. There are so many cases that come there that need somebody who is specialized to resolve them. Community disputes, family disputes, commercial and others.
We usually think the chief only solves wizi wa kuku. But
let me tell you one thing. The good thing about it is that our chiefs have not been trained and therefore they lack that knowledge.
Yes.
Therefore they use what we call the power of fiat. Is there they need to find a way of reconciling interests. Therefore that's why this skill is so important to our chiefs also, to be able to resolve those community disputes.
You've said the power of fear.
Fiat.
F-I-A-T.
Yeah.
Or fiat.
So that means where you just command people. You become an autocrat. So you just make people do what you want.
So where you tell them, look, mumekosana, wewe lipa kukweuza hizi.
Exactly. Exactly. You give them ultimatums.
Yes.
And that's what people, that's how the chiefs do.
Okay.
They say they are supposed to help people reconcile and come up with their own solutions through the process of mediation. So, it's an important thing.
So these people that you train for 10 days,
yes,
again, I just want to understand,
yes,
what kinds of disputes can they mediate?
There are normal, we call village disputes. Disputes like boundaries, disputes because people have borrowed some money from somebody they have failed to pay, family disputes. Those are simple disputes. You know, the structure of the conflict is simple.
Okay.
When we train people like these professionals now who have degrees, then the structure of the conflict that they deal with is a little bit more complicated. And therefore, that's why they get more skills and their syllabus is a little bit different. So we customize the syllabus based on the needs of the person who is on the ground. But to be able to qualify as a mediator at a particular level, you need to have made the requisite international syllabus.
All right.
Yes.
So we've seen here's a training for 10 days. Kuna training
yes,
much
5
longer?
days. 5 days. There's one for 5 days, that's professional mediation. 10 days are those what we call village mediation and whatever community disputes because of the level of education of the people you're dealing with. We also have advanced mediation. Those people have already done this 50-hour mediation mediation program. Now can move after practicing for 1 year and after getting experience of more than 200 hours, then these people can put them into an advanced program which is known as advanced mediation, where they become chartered mediators. Yeah.
The reason I'm very much on this particular point is because I'm actually seeing an opportunity here. A lot of people are in their homes, they're jobless, they probably don't know where their next meal is going to come from. Is this a career that they can actually take up and it can assist them? Because number one, najua kwa koti kesi ni nyingi sana. You go to the court and you just see case after case after case after case. And I'm thinking this can actually something I can even do personally on my free time. Once I leave the studio here at 10.
Exactly.
Can I be trained and then nikitoka hapa naenda kotini and I start asking people, kesi yako ni gani nikusaidie?
Even in journalism, we have trained journalists on how to mediate because every time you are writing about news, your writings, what you are saying on this microphone is meant to reconcile the community. The way you give your speech, the way you communicate. So we have a specific program even for journalists. Anybody can train as a mediator. The good thing about mediation is that you don't retire. The older you grow, the more wiser you become and the more disputes you resolve. Therefore, it's a career. I told people it's a retirement plan for so many people who are tired with what they're doing. It's exactly right now.
Is it a lucrative career?
Exactly. I can tell you, I've been doing mediation for 24 years now.
Wow.
As I'm a lawyer, that's my primary profession, but mediation I've been doing as a trainer and also as a practitioner of mediation. I can tell you, it's a lucrative business.
So who pays the mediator? The people having the dispute? Is it the court? Is it
depends,
an NGO?
It depends on which cases. If you are doing court and mediation cases, usually you are paid by the courts.
Okay.
But if you are doing private mediation, like what I want to talk about today,
right.
then the parties pay you. And it's a lucrative business. People that I have trained who have especially done not only local but international cases, they are paid as much as $1,000 an hour. There is an interview I did at Citizen TV some years back, and I was accompanied by the president, then president of the International Academy of Mediators. His name was Eugene Maskovich.
Okay.
He came over here and he was interviewed and he was asked on TV, how much do you earn in America in the practice of mediation? He said $9,000. People were horrified because if you multiply that by Kenya shillings, you'll be surprised. That's a lot of money that a person makes in a day.
Yeah.
And
that's over $1 million.
Yeah, over $1 million. And he told us where we are statistically in Kenya in mediation. America was at that stage 25 years ago.
Right.
But the mediators came together and they developed their own ecosystem. They developed the market. They sensitized the public to ensure that the public understand that instead of going to court, in Kenya we have a culture that if you are in conflict, the first thing you think about is to see you in court. But let me tell you, it takes long to resolve disputes in court. And at the same time, it destroys relationships.
Right.
That's the reason why the development of private mediation is very important in the country. Not only in lowering the number of cases in court, but in creating a community whereby people can resolve disputes and keep relationships. It's a very important process.
Right.
And I'll be talking much more about that private mediation if time allows. And I'll also be touching on the legislation that is coming up right now that may end up messing up the process. And it's very important that we look at it also at the same time.
Are the court recommended mediations?
Yes.
Does the court recommend mediation?
Yes, exactly.
Someone goes to court and the court tells the magistrate or tells this matter. Why don't you go and see a mediator before coming back here?
Yeah, exactly. The court annexed mediation program, in our court right now, we have what we call the court annexed mediation program. And in this program, we have new rules that have come in place. There's legal notes number 145 of 2022. Courts have always been referring cases to mediation. We started with a pilot program in the year 2015 under Justice Mutunga. The pilot program came to an end in 2017, and court annexed mediation program was rolled into initially 13 high courts in Kenya. Right now, every high court has got a registrar, and they have the program ongoing, and there are mediators practicing mediation all over the country.
Hold it.
Yes.
So for the mediators to practice with this program, it means they are registered with the courts.
Exactly.
The courts know them.
The courts know them, and there is what we call the Mediation Accreditation Committee. The Mediation Accreditation Committee. This committee is the one which interviews and accredits and gives licenses for mediators who intend to practice in court So they are known, they are registered, there is a roster of mediators, and they receive matters from court. And it has done a wonderful job so far, I can say, court annexed mediation program, with a few loopholes, but it's really working very well because we have resolved so many cases within the system. It has reduced the backlog of cases, and it's really assisting the courts in managing the cases. Because if you look at our judiciary, we have less than 500 judicial officers, and we have more than 700,000 cases. And if you look at that very clearly, I got these statistics last year. If you look at that, a judicial officer practically can hear 2 cases in a day, assuming we have 2 cases and each case has got with 5 witnesses, for example. If we look at it practically, is that each witness has to be examined. There is what we call examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination, and then the court has to ask a few questions, which takes approximately 1 hour, if we can say that. So if we have 5 witnesses in the court, that means 5 hours have been taken over in the court. And if the court has to look at mentions and part-hard cases, they're only able to hear one case in a day. If we have 700,000 cases pending, and the people still are filing matters in court, that's from the statistics I got, it means that it will take us too long to resolve disputes, and they may reduce the efficiency of the judgments and rulings that we get.
Right.
That's why the court has decided to move some of those cases that can be resolved through the process of mediation to court and next mediation program, which has really assisted in reducing the backlog of cases. But that's not good enough, because we still need what we call private mediation. There are those people who may not want to approach the courts to have their matters resolved. And in fact, there is a survey that indicated that almost 84% of Kenyans don't find their way to court. So where do they have their issues resolved? If the court can take
84% of Kenyans who have cases they want resolved do not go to court.
Who have disputes they don't even desire to go to court. One, it's expensive. Two, it's complex. It's not easy to afford the service of law. It takes time, takes long, and it's also very cumbersome. So they prefer to even
So we assume that if the complaints are 100, then we are saying that 16% of these are the ones who go to court.
Exactly.
And 84 don't go to court.
Some of
at all.
them either resolve it directly, or they do it through direct negotiation, or they use other methods of resolving.
All right.
Yes.
So, and what percentage of these numbers will now want private mediation?
Well, that's a very important question. The fact is that these people have to be sensitized. People do not know that mediation exists in this country. Very few people know. Because you look at your TV stations, every day you are talking about Vioja Mahakamani, which means if somebody has a dispute, the first line of resolution will be going to court, because that's what we see on TV every day. So what I'm asking the journalists and the TV stations to do, why don't we have a series of programs where disputes are being mediated, so that we can educate the public about the importance of this process?
Why doesn't your institute fund a program or fund people who can produce these things so that they produce something of that sort?
We started a program like that some times back with some kind of sponsorship, but something happened in between. One of the presenters died, and it took us to disarray. So one of the people who had been trained in the script did not make it through. So it took us into disarray. But that is something we are still focusing on. And probably City, I love to teach you to be a mediator, since you are a journalist, so that you can run a program on TV every day, or every day of the week. People can open their TV stations to wait on that program, mchakato wa upatanishi, kuleta uwiano katika jamii, that these people can have a program to watch on mediation, and that's the way we can develop mediation in the country.
On that fact about having a program, whether on TV, on radio, or magazetini, or even because nowadays there are very many ways of reaching the public. Social media has opened up the opportunities. We have TikTok, Facebook, X, and all that. So how about and you mentioned that kuna jamaa alikuwa ametoka US, the president of the international mediation.
Yes.
Those are guys you can actually tap into and tell them, look guys, we have an opportunity here. Let's get into this into this by providing the funds, because at the end of the day you can train City Muga all you want, but he will need to be paid to do all these things you want on TV. And the TV stations, chances are they will also want payment for that airtime. So that is something that we can talk about at a different time.
The thing that perhaps, in addition to the things you're doing, you need to consider.
Yes.
There are certain subjects that people study in school.
Yes.
Primary. I'm not talking about secondary. Studies that involve the judicial process in this country is something that doesn't exist to any degree in our curriculum, and it should.
Yep.
If it did, then it means that mediation is something somebody started understanding from a very young age. The way you inculcate certain ideas in people is TV, radio. We do a good job of doing that, but if you want it to be part and parcel of people's way of life, then you introduce it into the education system. So the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development are people you should have a conversation with.
In fact, we have what we call peer mediation programs. Peer mediation is where we try as much as possible to educate people very early in their lives, during primary or secondary school or university state, to start learning how to resolve disputes. We are currently running a pilot program with Sameta High School, where I've tried to train some teachers and introduce the program, and this then I roll out into the rest of the country. Peer mediation has worked very well in other countries. You find that by the time people are leaving school, they are accomplished mediators. They resolve disputes within the dormitory, disputes to do with the bullying, issues to do with the harassment within the school compound, in the dormitory. So young people start learning those skills very early. We have an elaborate peer mediation program that we intend to run to other institutions. But we said for it to begin and for people to appreciate it, let's look for a particular point. We are going to start what we call a pilot program. Right now, we had an agreement with one of the high schools, Ameda High School, and we are trying to train the teachers and train students as coordinators to start running a program where people will learn these skills at a very early age. At the same time, we are requesting some of the universities to put this in their curriculum so that at least what they have in universities right now is just a small unit on an ADR, which is, the parties go through. That doesn't go deep enough to educate people about what mediation is.
But
that's why
I know of a university degree at University of Nairobi.
Yes,
conflict management.
Yeah,
so that also maybe
it's a unit. It's a unit.
Yeah,
but we need to ensure that we put this mediation as a full unit, mediation itself as a full unit. Let me tell you the reason why we have a problem. Right now, you can see recently there are people planning to come up with what we call a dispute resolution bill 2024. Previously, we have had a number of bills thrown out in Parliament. Why? Because probably they were not properly drafted, or they drafted them in a way to favor some particular institutions or to meet some specific ends.
Okay.
For us to have a good bill that can operationalize mediation in this country, experts need to be consulted. I've had a chance this year alone. I had a meeting and I met a number of mediators in Brazil, in Sao Paulo, in Brazil. And mediators from all over the world were there when there was a CPR program. I went to Colombo, Sri Lanka. I met mediators from Asia. We meet a lot when we do these mediation competitions, and we study about how other places have grown. Recently, there was a bill made in the Way of Mediation Act in India, which has transformed the mediation ecosystem in India completely. Unless we have a similar act in Kenya, which identifies mediation as a body, as a profession of its own, we have a problem, because what has come up now, known as a disposition bill, is a combination of many other things. Arbitration being part of ADR has got its own act in Kenya, and people deal with it separately. Now, mediation, they want to lump it with other things, and the people drafting this mediation disposition bill have included mediation, conciliation, and other systems in it, and they have suggested they're coming up with a board, which, in my opinion, will not only kill mediation in this country. It has so many loopholes and problems in it that require a complete overhaul.
James, let me ask you the question.
Yes.
Are you saying that mediation is not recognized as a standalone profession in this country?
In this country, they want to mix it up. They want to treat it this way. There's a professor that I made sometimes in Senegal, Dakar, Senegal, Professor Hula, who talked about something that is happening in Kenya right now. She said some people treat mediation as a small sister to arbitration. Mediation is a profession of its own. That's what most other countries have done. In Kenya here, when people talk about ADR, they want to lump up everything together.
Who are these people?
Let me tell you. If you look at this disposition bill 2024, there is what we call that is a parastatal, government parastatal known as Nairobi Center for International Arbitration, that now has come in.
It's a government parastatal.
Yes, it's a parastatal. It has come in, established under Cap 49A, I think, something like that.
What's it called again?
Nairobi Center for International Arbitration.
Okay.
It is coming in now to say they want to overhaul the current mediation regime in the country. And if you look at Section 5 of the act that they established at the Cap 49A, it talks about the primary function of this is the promotion of arbitration as a practice, specifically to ensure that arbitration is a disposition practice of choice in the country. Now, I don't know where they have come up from now. They are talking about regulating and overhauling mediation in the country. The problem we have in this country is that we don't stick to one thing at a time. It's like a chicken which lays an egg, and before it hatches, it's running again to do something else. We have started very well in the country with the court annexed mediation program. We are trying to develop the mediation, the private mediation, and then our intention is to have a standalone mediation act in this country, which will identify mediation as a profession far away from arbitration.
How do you go through the process of getting a standalone act?
And is this the Private Mediation Act or it's different?
It's not a private mediation act. It's an act that will govern mediation generally, both private and court annexed in the country. Because we need to standardize mediation. That's very important, like many other countries are doing. But as we try to standardize mediation, we don't want what we call over-regulation. And the problem we have is that we have a clique of people in this country who want to take it over and manage it. There's what we call a supremacy war going on. What has happened in other countries like India, the government, the judiciary, the private mediators came together. They worked together as a team to develop a mediation act. And this mediation act has changed not only mediation ecosystem in India. If you look at America itself, it has even affected American mediation practice. Why? In America, a mediation settlement agreement was always treated as any other contract. Therefore, some people could agree, sign a mediation agreement. Somebody will go to court and challenge it for 5 years. And therefore, people say, why not go to court if a mediation agreement can be challenged? And it takes 5 years in court. But in India, with the new act that has been come in place, the Mediation Act of India, settlement agreements signed by the parties in India are final. They are final and binding. Because you are given enough time to do what? To consult your lawyers and do everything before you have it signed. That has given what we call the efficacy, the teeth of the mediation in that particular country. What we are trying to do under this Distribution Bill 2024 is just treating it as any other.
Let me ask the question.
Yes.
Arbitration in this country has teeth. It's binding.
Exactly, because there's a legislation that governs arbitration in this country, which is also an alternative distribution process.
Yes.
Yes.
What is it that hinders Kenyans from doing what India has done?
Well,
what prevents the judiciary?
That's a very important question you have asked, City. Let me tell you. It is just that I think either we do not understand what mediation is, because even if you see this mediation bill 2024 as described mediation in a very funny way, either we don't understand what mediation is in this country, or we think it's something that should be mixed with other processes. The moment we understand the sanctity of the mediation process in this country and how superior it is because people make their own decisions. You know, in other countries, let me tell you, I'm an arbitrator myself, so I'm talking out of knowledge. In other countries, arbitration is not ADR. Why? Because an arbitrator is a private extraordinary judge who makes the decisions at the end of the day. It's a quasi-judicial process. But in mediation, parties are empowered to make their own decisions. So in arbitration, an award can be written and you can challenge it in a court of law based on some sections of the act.
Okay.
But mediation is meant in such a way that parties are supposed to make their own decisions. So issues about challenging the outcome of something that people have voluntarily made and almost nil. So people tend to respect something that they have, the decisions that they have made, than decisions that have been made by a third party. Let me give you an example. Let's look at a family matter, for example. A wife sues a husband for maintenance because that person has become they have become negligent.
So are you suing this person as you live together, and now this is divorce?
Some people do that with an intent to.
I've seen
that happen. So what is? Let me just complete my story.
Okay, sorry.
So I'm saying this: you sue your husband. Maybe he's a guard. He's a guard working outside here. They're earning 15,000 shillings.
Yes,
so you sue them, and then a decision is made that your salary, the salary of the guard, is attached to maintain your wife and children, who you appear to have neglected, in inverted commas.
Okay.
So all your salary, or most part of your salary, will be attached, which means you cannot also survive well, isn't it? So what you do, if you are not willing, you simply resign from your place of work.
Yes.
And you go to the village. So you leave your wife in Nairobi. The wife will have to follow you to the village because they can't now survive. You are not employed.
Yeah.
So what has really that decision done for you? That decision has resolved the dispute, but has even put you into more trouble.
Yes.
It's because we were only looking at the substantive issues of the dispute. As a mediator, we go beyond that. We look at the emotional and pseudo-substantive issues. Parties come up with solutions that are permanent, solutions that are practical, that they can be able to live with. That's why I'm saying this. Let's not bury ourselves under the guise of ADR. People talk about ADR a lot. They don't talk about mediation being a separate discipline, arbitration being a separate discipline, and even adjudication being a separate discipline. What I'm requesting those people who draft involve experts, and also please get into some of these, try to understand what you are doing, because you are mixing these things up, and what you are making is a concoction which will not work. We have tried that before and it has failed.
James,
it's important we
the
take
people
that
who are
into
pushing
account.
this agenda,
Yes.
they're in the same line of work as you, are they not?
What?
The people who are pushing this agenda,
Yes.
they're in the same line of work as you, are they not?
That's the confusion that exists. Some people think because probably I'm an arbitrator, I can as well mediate, which is wrong.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
Yes.
I'm asking,
Yes.
your line of work is legal, judicial,
Yeah.
it is arbitration, it is mediation.
Yes.
Okay?
And many others, yeah.
As far as we are concerned, they are the same thing. Let me explain it to you.
Yes.
It all involves issues to do with the law. As far as, allow me to explain.
And by we, you mean the citizens?
Yes, it's us.
Yes.
A dispute, as far as we are concerned, and why we go to court, is because we believe the court is the entity that will resolve the issue. That was our understanding before we even knew there were things called arbitration.
Yes.
Arbitration came in, and we understood it is now a court process being practiced outside the court. Mediation, another court process. Now, I am telling you how it is understood.
Yes.
Now, for people to understand the difference, when for them the difference is the same, is a process. Okay? Even arbitration, and why it is the finding of an arbitration is final, is something that you hear, but unless you have a case that you've dealt with or has involved you, and you're told, you know, unless it's something very specific, it's like a ruling of the court, and you're saying no, but rulings of the court you can appeal. Okay? Anything that has to do with sorting out a dispute in the mind of an ordinary citizen like me, it means we're dealing with the law. And the moment you mention the law, my mind goes to the court. Okay? So how do you take my mind away from the court and explain that when you talk of mediation, it's not an issue of court, it is an issue of a dispute, something you cannot agree on, and something that is of concern to you and you can't resolve between the two of you. So you look for someone who has the expertise to help you understand how you can resolve it.
Thank you. That is very important. What you have just put up is very, very important. Let me tell you, it's an element of semantics and understanding of what the process is. The definition of a conflict is something that is giving people problems. Before we talk about what a conflict is a condition between people who are task interdependent, where one or two of those people are angry, they are blaming one another, and their behavior is causing a family or business problem. There is a very big difference between a conflict, a dispute, a disagreement, stress, and even the discomfort that we have. Now, there's nothing, I just want to tell you, nothing to do with the law. That's the reason why you find that most of the mediators are not lawyers. But I'm happy that now you have really indicated the picture of what people understand this process to be, and probably that will be the cause of confusion. But what I need to tell you is that the Bible itself talks about my people perish because of lack of knowledge.
Is that not the book of Joel?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
My people perish because of lack of knowledge. I'm sure the reason why we are in this dilemma that we find ourselves in right now is because we did not take time, first of all, to sensitize and educate the public about what this animal by name mediation is. People simply went in to make the laws. We took it up as a court process. So everybody has the feelings that this thing is related to the law as it is saying, which is extremely wrong. Mediation has nothing to do with the law. Zero. That's why you find a person who has never gone into a legal
classroom
of law can mediate. because there's nothing to do with the law.
But even as an arbitrator, you do not need to be a lawyer to be an arbitrator, do you?
You don't need to.
Precisely.
But you need to be educated about some law.
You are
in the process.
You see, this is my point. The point I'm making.
Yes.
The moment you have an arbitrator, whom you know is a mwananchi wa kawaida, as we call them,
yes,
arbitrating on issues which have the law embedded in it as in some form. Yes. So you throw in mediation. We know it's another form of arbitration.
Exactly.
Now, the time and the process of getting people to understand the differentiation, and in so understanding, determining who you need to go to when you have certain issues.
Yes.
As you say, it is a process.
Yes.
Now, unfortunately, such processes take time, and it's only relevant when you have an issue or a dispute.
Exactly.
If you don't, why would I want to bother with an arbitrator or a mediator?
Exactly. That's, let me tell you, if you go, for example, to Dakar, Senegal, they have established what we call mediation centers at the level, almost at the village level. So when people have disputes, instead of rushing to court, they have systems within the village or the community where this mediation is being done.
Are they under a judicial system?
No, they are not.
What are they under?
You see, they are under
or they stand alone.
They are government institutions, and also others are private individuals who have decided to establish their mediation centers. But there is a law in the country, like any other legislation, that regulates the standards and the operation and the code of conduct of those institutions. And others are doing what we call self-credentializing. But they have developed, because now, even if you go to America, a small amount of cases are going to court. Most people, when they have disputes, they go directly to the mediation centers.
All right.
We have like the Lakeside Mediation Center in America and many other places where people move to have their matters resolved without going to court. So what you have said is not only sensitization, it's also education. What are we doing to educate the public to be able to understand that they can still have their dispute resolved without resort to the court system?
Is there a problem?
And that's the conundrum.
Is there a problem in working with the government? Is because as you're speaking, and I was looking at the roles that chiefs play.
Yes.
Chiefs mediate.
Yes.
Within the limitations of the knowledge they have, or the abundance, if they have abundance of knowledge. Why I ask the question is, the government has existing structures where people take issues which necessarily don't go to court. So if mediators such as yourself, do you have difficulties working with the government or arms of the government or structures of government? Because they already exist. People already know them.
In India, I'm telling you, the government, the judiciary, and private mediators work together as a team to develop the act that I'm talking about. And if you look at that act, it's very elaborate. There was a lot of support from the Ministry of Justice in India. There was a lot of support from the judiciary in ensuring that this process works. But these people worked as a team. And in the process, they came up, they also invited some international actors from jurisdictions where this process has developed. And with that, with those concerted efforts, they came up with a very elaborate mediation act that is now being admired even from developed countries like America. So it's a concerted effort. First of all, we must make sure that we consult the experts. Like now, we are trying to come up with a mediation act bill. And I have consultants from Canada, from India, those ones who have already developed the Mediation Act in India, who are working together with us to help us shorten the period of coming with a good act that can still be accepted. But even before we completed that, the dispute resolution bill is being presented, which now presents mediation as some kind of portion of ADR. Doesn't give it the prominence we want. What we are saying is very simple. We do not want any war with anybody.
Yes.
What we are saying is simple. Can we work together and develop a mediation act?
You may need to go to war.
Yeah, exactly. With some of the people did that in India.
You may actually need to go to court.
The proponents of the mediation act in India had to go to court sometimes to have some of the determinations made by the court. And I'm seeing us going that route. Because I'm sure, I'm sure that for us to be able to have this mediation act, we need the support of the government, we need the support of the judiciary, and sometimes we may be forced to approach the courts to make some specific determination to open the way for us to have this act. So it's going to be what we call a war chest to have this thing on the ground, because it's not going to be taken seriously, because people have different interests that they want to meet, and our intention as mediators who have worked very long to develop this ecosystem, we would like to have an act of parliament that ensures that they create a level playing ground and an environment for anybody who wants to practice a mediator to be able to practice in a safe environment, and for the profession itself to be respected.
You're a lawyer, so advise me, is it possible to have two acts, one that caters for the mediation and another that caters for the arbitration?
Exactly. We already have one. The act that caters for arbitration is already in place. So what we're asking for is not too much.
Yes.
We need the support of judiciary, support of the government to come up with a standalone mediation act that will deal with the issues about the practice standards, the code of conduct, so that mediation becomes a respected profession in this country. There's nothing much we're asking more than that. That's the support we're asking from everybody, and even from other practice mediators. That's what we are looking for.
So you said you wanted to talk about two things. One of them was the Mediation Act.
Yes.
Is there a second one?
I'm talking about private mediation and what we need to do to be able to develop it. So I've been doing research, doing a lot of interviews with very many professional mediators from other parts of the world where mediation has really developed. And for us to be able to promote the mediation, private mediation in this country, first of all, we must have what we call a amicable dispute resolution culture. You know, we should shun that idea that whenever people have a dispute, they have to find their way to court. Number two, we need to have a strong legal framework, and that's the reason why I'm talking about the Mediation Standalone Act. I keep on coming to that particular position. We also need to do what we call mediation to be positioned as the first stop in resolving disputes. And when disputes occur, the first stop should be the mediation. The mediation process, and that before even people think about going to arbitration, first of all they have to go through mediation. Then we should, every contract or agreement that we make in this country, we should put a provision of a distribution process that first of all allows parties to go through negotiation. If negotiation fails, they go to mediation before they consider arbitration or litigation. Because with those provisions within the contracts that we make, we shall be promoting mediation within the countries. Then the other thing which is very important is advocates, lawyers in the country should also be encouraged that when the clients come to them and they need an alternative way of resolving disputes, they can be able to encourage their clients, first of all, to attempt mediation before they go into the process of either arbitration or litigation. And then,
James, do you see that happening? You're telling a Kenyan lawyer who has a client, thank you so much, who has, because when you come with a problem, you've come with money, and you're telling them to walk away with the money to go somewhere else. Is it not better to just get that particular lawyer to be trained as a mediator?
So many lawyers are mediators right now, something we didn't have before. But let me tell you, and if you go to places like the UK, lawyers have law firms, and within their law firms, they have mediation departments. And when a client comes to the reception, they are given options, what we call a maltro. They are given options on to make a choice on what method they need the dispute to be resolved. And you'll find that lawyers are doing more business in those other countries like Canada in the department of mediation more than even litigation itself. There are cases that can be litigated, and there are those cases that can be mediated, and you find a greater percentage of cases can be mediated. Only those difficult cases which have got complex structures need somebody else to make a decision, and that's why you need to approach the courts. And that's what I'm saying. And in fact, if we reduce the backlog of cases, even the quality of the judgments and things we get from court will also improve. We'll give judges easy time. Judges are human beings like us. They want to go home and watch TV and do homework with their children. We don't want to put a lot of cases pressure on them. Let's also reduce the backlog of those cases so that the judges can also enjoy their life with their families. We're putting a lot of pressure on them.
So let's say I've come to you as a mediator, and I have this case with my wife, and we want to separate, go our separate ways, divorce, basically. That is something that can be mediated so that we can divorce amicably.
Now the problem is one, in Kenya we can only mediate separation. There is a law that is holding us, known as that you cannot connive to end a marriage. That's what we need to change, because in other jurisdictions they have already allowed that. Because when you want to marry, you don't seek anybody's permission. So when you want to buy the company, why should I get somebody to make a decision on my behalf? So we need to have these things changed.
So currently in Kenya, I can't come to you for
divorce is excluded from the process of mediation, but you can mediate separation.
All right, so let's go to separation mediation.
Yes.
So when you're mediating on separation, what exactly are you telling me and my wife? Are you telling us how we're going to have custody of our children? Are we going to discuss how finances are going to be divided? What exactly are you...
Exactly what you have just said. We want you to exit in a civil way.
Okay.
You know, sometimes people exit in a way that even traumatizes their children. If you have made a decision to part company and you don't want to live together, you know, one thing I usually tell people is that what you can destroy is a marriage, because a marriage is written on a piece of paper, but you cannot destroy a family. The children have a mom and dad, and that stays forever. So you have a future together. So if you are exiting this union, you should do it in a civil way that doesn't traumatize you, doesn't traumatize your children. Because the best interest of the parents and the best interest of the children are very important. So that's why we discuss issues to do with custody of children, a parenting plan, finances, matrimonial property. We do it in an amicable way, so that when you part company, everybody is safe and sound somewhere, and that we don't traumatize our children. That's what we are doing.
The reason I'm asking this is because I know a lot of our listeners right now, chances are one or two of them are probably going through this. So when you decide to separate with your husband or your wife, and there's money involved, you as a mediator, what is your role as far as that separation of, or rather the division of finances is concerned? Do you tell me, now Mbuvi, you're a radio presenter, you earn a lot of money, your wife is a stay-at-home mother, so now you need to support them in A, B, C, D, or do you, like, what happens there?
We don't make decisions as mediators. What we usually do is to create an environment where you can negotiate in a civil way. In other countries which are developed, like Australia and others, people are usually allowed to swear an affidavit and disclose what they own. Therefore, it's brought to the table for the purpose of division. That doesn't happen in parts of Africa where people can lie under oath and they don't care about it. So what I'm trying is this: you usually tell people, we negotiate in good faith, put everything on the table, come in good faith.
So you as the mediator, then you sit there. Me and my wife, we sit on the other end. Then now unatuambia ongeni.
No, not ongeni. What we do, the mediation process, if I can just summarize it, especially on family matters.
Please do.
We know very well that people come at different emotional stages. These are emotional matters. And as a mediator, you must be trained on how to deal with emotions, how to deal with anger, and how to deal with anguish. So the first thing is to give the parties the opportunity to present their case uninterrupted. Then you will identify the issues that will form the agenda for discussion.
So this woman says, this man beats me, this man does this.
They can say as much as possible.
Yes, other women. And then now this
but there are ground rules to govern that. You know, people must comply with some ground rules. Especially pointing fingers and being violent, to be able to use civil language and not attack the other person, and many other things like that. Once you have set the ground rules, and they can work within the ground rules to ensure that the process is civil. So once each party has been given an opportunity to present their case, you identify the issues that will form the agenda for discussion, and try to do what we call brainstorming, trying to find out which options can address those issues. And you can do it together or in private sessions, just to find out which options. Then you evaluate those options, and then parties will come up with those options that work for both of them, and parties come to an agreement. Yes.
Come back again.
Yes.
Let us give you 2 hours.
Yes.
So that you can actually explain some of these things that you're talking about in detail, because you've barely scratched the surface.
Yes.
And we will also ask our listeners and viewers to chime in and ask questions, so that you can see the responses. And you can perhaps get a better grounding of the things you want to say, because everything that you've said, as far as I'm concerned, amounts to an introduction.
Exactly. There's a lot to be done, but I want to sensitize the mediators who are in practice in Kenya. We need to come together, as people in other countries have done. I have got people from Canada, from India, from Sao Paulo in Brazil, who are willing to help us to come up with a standalone mediation act that will save this profession of mediation in this country. So let's come together as a team with the assistance of the judiciary, with the assistance of the government, and ensure that what we can achieve, especially this year or early next year, is having a standalone mediation act. Let's do away with this, what we call the disputation bill, that is has so many problems in it already. So that we come up, we do proper consultation with all the stakeholders and come up with a bill that will stand the test of time in Parliament. So I'm asking the members of Parliament who will be having this bill presented before them, please throw away that pill because it will confuse mediation in this country. Let us come up with something that works for every mediator and that will promote mediation in this country.
Meanwhile, James, how can they reach you, and how can they reach the Mediation Training Institute East Africa?
Now, we have two institutions. We have Mediation Training Institute East Africa and the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators at ICMC. Our website is www.mtieastafrica.org. You can get us on that. Or our email is info at mtieastafrica.org. That's our email. So they can get us at that. Right. My number is also available. I'm a public figure, so people can get me at 0707-124-881, and we can continue this conversation away from this particular forum.
Kindly just give them that number again.
0707-124-881. That's my direct number, and we can continue with this conversation.
That is James Mangerere. He is the President, Mediation Training Institute East Africa. Thank you so much for that insight. And as CT Muga has said, please come back again for 2 hours. Much needs to be discussed. Hata tujajua mnalipango pesa ngapi. Hiyo utakuja kutuambia ukirudi.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. This is a place where it's a lucrative business when you have experience in this particular area. Yeah.
All right. Meanwhile, here's the news with Winnie Maganga. Do stand by, because in the next hour we go and we get into a different conversation, and this one is going to be very, very political.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A former member of County Assembly aspirant in Embu County was shot dead on Tuesday afternoon during a dramatic prison escape attempt that left one inmate on the run and police scrambling to restore calm. Swale Abdallah, widely known as Oswando, who vied for Kirimari ward seat on ODM ticket in 2022 general election, was killed in Gatondo area of Embu West sub-county as he and another suspect tried to flee custody. According to Embu West Sub-County Police Commander Vincent Kitili, the two detainees had just left Siakago Law Court when they executed their plan. While inside the prison van, they allegedly sprayed pepper on the officers escorting them, temporarily blinding them and causing chaos. The National Assembly Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund will meet the Treasury Principal Secretary Chris Kiptoo to shed light on the rollout of the e-government procurement systems with regard to NGCDF. In a statement on the floor of the House, Chairperson of the Select Committee of NGCDF, Musa Sirma, noted that the NGCDF board had already actively engaged both the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority and the National Treasury in the matter. He said that the said engagements had helped highlight the unique operational structure of the fund in relation to eGPS integration.
The status of implementation, Mr. Speaker, the significant progress has been made in the rollout of the eGPS platform. Supplier and procuring entity onboarding the National Treasury are successfully onboarded both suppliers and procuring entities into the eGPS platform, creating a centralized digital system for all of procurement activities. On the capacity building, targeted training has been conducted for cluster groups across both the national and county governments. These training sessions are ongoing to ensure that all stakeholders are fully conversant with the operational functionalities of the system.
Senators have demanded an urgent probe into the state of mental health institutions in Kenya. Senators are citing alarming cases of neglect, weak regulation and systemic failures that have endangered patients across the country. The legislators want the Senate Health Committee to investigate the extent of mismanagement in both public and private mental facilities following the recent killing of Susan Kamengere Njoki, the Chief Executive Officer and the founder of Toto Touch Kenya. Raising the matter in the House on Tuesday, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna said the Senate Standing Committee on Health must urgently examine conditions in mental health institutions.
Mental health facilities remain one of the most neglected areas within the country's health sector. Gaps in policy and resourcing have rendered these institutions the weakest link in the ongoing health sector reforms. Consequently, vulnerable patients admitted to these institutions are exposed to poor treatment, security breaches, and unregulated institutional practices, resulting in unmet health needs. The Ministry of Health's weak regulatory oversight may have contributed to the serious lapse that led to the tragic murder of a patient in a private mental health facility on the 15th of July 2025.
He linked the July 15th murder of Njoki at Chiromo Hospital to the government's failure to enforce effective oversight mechanisms.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the total number of public mental health facilities in the country, including the staffing levels of the medical, security, and support personnel in each of those institutions.
Chief Justice Martha Koome has reaffirmed the critical role of indigenous rights in protecting Kenya's fragile ecosystems. The CJ called for a judicial approach that safeguards both environmental and cultural heritage. Koome described the protection of indigenous peoples as absolute paramount, praising the ELC for its global leadership in developing carbon offset jurisprudence. She was speaking in a recorded address to judges during the Environment and Land Court training on carbon offsetting on August 5th, 2025.
The court must remain vigilant to ensure that consideration is given to key areas such as provision of clarity on land rights and carbon ownership rights, transparent and fair benefit sharing frameworks, monitoring and verification of environmental impact and outcomes, protection of the indigenous community, and taking also into account community knowledge systems.
That's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala, Mbuvi, and in studio we have a very interesting panel. With me, of course, City Muga is here, and he's going to be helping me have this conversation with Mheshimiwa Honorable Kimani Ngunjiri and Dr. Festo Fadamula. The conversation this particular morning is going to be around the political regrouping that we're currently seeing, and of course the road to 2027 as far as the general election is concerned. So, gentlemen, welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And I'll start with you, Mheshimiwa. At least Dr. Feso tumekuwa naye hapa, amekuwa na nafasi ya kuongea kwa hii studio before. So acha nianze na wewe. In terms of the political landscape and what we are seeing right now, people have got different theories as to what is happening. We have a lot of regrouping. We are seeing even the opposition is trying to, sieve something, or rather not sieve but really sow something and bring it to the front. According to you, what are you predicting in terms of, first of all, what we are seeing between President Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga in terms of their coalition? And of course, Raila said that he's going to be supporting the president till the very end in 2027. In terms of just that particular partnership, what are you seeing?
Well, the politics we are seeing, it is normal. I started with Moi, I came with Kibaki, I was with Uhuru, and now we are with Ruto. These adjustments are there in politics all the time. It's just like when you get a child, they reach somewhere, then there's a teething problem, and that's where we are now, in the teething problem, where now the child must have a lot of heat in the body, sweating, diarrhea, those things. That's where we are now, because we are almost to election now. So when you're almost to election, people start looking the alignment, where they can go, where they can fit, and also they look at what is their region saying, because also politics go in the region. See what is the region saying, what is the strongest party on their end, where they come from, and they just start doing adjustment. And there's no permanent enemy and friend in
and
politics.
Friendship. Yes.
You be friend today. When you reach somewhere, you see now, okay, I have to leave this guy so I can survive myself. It's about the politics is about survival. It's
Political
about interest.
survival.
It's about interest. What are your people saying? What do they think? If you want to be elected, you must be very flexible with saying adjustment and also listening. What are your people saying? I think that's where we are for now, and people should not be surprised for people shifting from here to going there. I don't want to say the name of politician because I'm one of them, but they are very interesting people.
Now, I will mention some names here, and we'll talk about DCP leader Gachagua. We saw sometime in April, you decided to probably, charter your own course. In regards to, of course, your own, like you've mentioned it, your political survival. Maybe you can also tell us what that is all about.
Well, when we talk about the Gachagua, the famous Wamunyoro, I was with him from the word go, and I'm the one who actually pushed him to be the deputy president. I was with him throughout, and of course, it is somewhere. Somebody must see what is going on. And I saw that maybe the way he is saying that he is a truthful person, I came to see he is not a truthful person. I saw the things he is doing. He's not doing it in the right way. The reason is, just as you have heard that I've been in politics for long, president. The people of Mlima, they had how many? They had 8 ministers. They had 17 PS, and he is the deputy. They had the inspector general. They had the leader of the majority in the parliament. They had the general, the mkubwa wa majeshi. And in the MP on Kenya Kwanza, if you separate the MPs with the parties which came together, they had the majority. So you can't get the reason, if you are reasonable, why he is trying to go out and take his tribe from the government. And when you assess properly, we had about 60%. So it was about his interest. He did not get his interest right the way he wanted, but it's not the community.
And this enlightenment you got in April this year.
Yes. So you can see he is trying to chat forward about his own interests. I cannot talk more because I'm also mzee. Mambo ingine na ficha kidogo. Lakini I know deeper inside which made me see that no, the way it's going. And again now he just went more again on the tribal line. Because me, I'm born in Rift Valley. I'm born in all tribes. My brother here knows. We stay with all tribes in Nakuru. And that's where I was born myself. So when you start now putting a tribe of Milima Kando from the other people, I cannot be happy about it because I want to stay with all tribe. The tribalism is the worst thing. It's the worst cancer in the life of a human being. If you start thinking about your tribe and putting as priority fighting the others, then started now saying 47 shares or I don't know what. And we are all Kenyans. After election, yes, you know what you got. Already, you know what you got a minister, you know what you got where. But he started saying the minister, he's structuring the ministers. You are 8. The president had 2 only from Rift Valley. He had 8. He started telling them, you must listen at me. If it's not me, you could not be. You could not be there. So listen at me. Any employment, any tender, I have to say. So now they started quarreling and giving a lot of problem to the president and to the Kenyans. And that's why we ended now. Now, the people of Milima, they are also now saying they are Milima. I've seen people now again, and we know them, saying sisi tuko pahali fulani, sisi kama kwenye ni Wakamba, tuko Wakamba, kiongozi wetu ni huyu. Haya, huku wanasema Matiang, ni Kisii huyo ndio wetu. Haya, Western wanasema hii. This is not good for Kenyans. Because all of us, yes, we did not apply to be born a Luo, a Kikuyu, but God gave us those names, but we have to manage to stay together. Because every tribe has its own gift to the country. We have to stay together.
I'd like to hear Dr. Festo's input as far as tribal politics is involved, because he has rightly put it. former DP Gachagua is vehemently campaigning for Murima, as I would put it. Yes. And we've seen it happening. And when he was in the States, actually, I think he's currently still there. He was told by some young fellows there that, look, you probably need to change the narrative because you have oversold this whole Murima issue. What do you think about that?
Thank you very much. I think you have a problem with my second name, Fadamula.
No, I'll get it. But Dr. Festo is yours, right?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yes.
I think the issue of tribe and how we use it in politics and in life in Kenya is a very historical issue. Because if you look at independence, I think there are certain tribes that consider themselves as having fought very hard for independence and gained it, and actually they gained power earlier than any other tribe. And if you look at our history, those tribes are the ones that have always been very vocal. The Kikuyu, the Luo, a bit of Luya, and I think those are, and the Costarians. I think those have always been the most vocal. And looking at what Gachagua is doing right now is something that did not start today. If you look at the fight before independence, between Jomo Kenyatta and Raila and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, it started emerging that people were grouping themselves into tribes. But I think Gachagua's grievance is that he worked very hard for this government, according to him, and even according to us who saw what he was doing. And I think he expected a lot. And when the government started, I think what he expected he didn't get. But other people got what they expected. If you look at Tangula and Mudavadi, they negotiated for 30%. Okay, they didn't get 30%, but at least Tangula is the speaker, Mudavadi is the prime cabinet secretary. Kingi negotiated for speaker of Senate, and he got it. And Gachagua must have negotiated for certain things. And I think he talked about them. He talked a lot about them. The only problem with him is that he didn't negotiate like Musalia or Tangula. He went there with good faith. And now what is emerging is that good faith does not work in politics.
Are you suggesting that he was shortchanged?
If you look at the way he campaigned and what he talks about, then probably you can argue that he was shortchanged. You can argue he was shortchanged. And I think if you look at you might say that he's overdoing it.
Right.
You might say he's overdoing it. But if you look at what Natembeya is doing right now, he's talking about Luyas.
Tawe.
Right. Don't you think he's also beginning to overdo it? And saying Luyas have been shortchanged. They are the watchmen, they are the house girls, they are the grave diggers. They have been shortchanged this time. Now Luyas got their share and sit at the main table. Soon people start saying that he's also mirroring what Gachagua is doing. If you look at the way Raila operates, even the negotiations he makes in government, most of the share ends up in his backyard, right? So all these people, if you look at the Luyas, they are complaining that they voted for Ruto to a man, or in major numbers. But now projects are being taken to Raila's backyard,
right?
Who never voted for Ruto. And if maybe Gachagua looks at something like that, then he says, after fighting so much for this government, how come now everything is being taken somewhere else? So it is a delicate balance when you look at it. But tribe has always been part of us from independence. We have lived with it, only that we need to refine it. How do we modernize tribe to help us develop rather than keep on fighting along tribal lines?
City, yesterday when we hosted Kasmuel here, we more or less posted a similar question, because the Gen Z movement that started last year, now that became Gen Zote, they are trying to run away from that whole tribal division, whereby we are saying Wakamba this, Wakikuyu that, Waluya this. I don't know. From what the two gentlemen have said, what do you deduce?
There's always a dichotomy between what you say and what the truth is. None of us knows what Gachagua negotiated with the president. We don't really know. So when he says he was shortchanged, what was he shortchanged in? Because unless he articulates specifically what it is that he was supposed to be given, that he wasn't given, we cannot understand the shortchanging. That's number one. Number two, the discussion around tribes and tribalism and politics in this country is often a false discussion. We don't have a tribal problem in this country.
What do we have?
We have politicians who use tribe to hype their own interest and to create the illusion that we have a problem with each other. The problems that exist, if you look carefully, are between individuals. The problem that was there between Jaramogi and Kenyatta was not a problem between the Luos and the Kikuyus. It was a problem between Jaramogi and Kenyatta. We don't know what they had agreed on. But clearly there was a difference in what they had agreed on, and Jaramogi decided he was going to form KPU. Okay? He formed KPU, and very many things changed after. Where the problem arose is this. When you fall out with somebody who is the president, the people who belong to your backyard are affected directly. Many people who had been in government who came from Jaramogi's backyard lost government jobs. You actually pushed out. People who are not pushed out, you are in a certain position, you would not be promoted. It is a consequence. It is an outcome. The problem did not start between the two communities. The problems began between the two individuals. The politician knows he survives because his job application is to the people so that they can vote him in. So he brings them into his quarrel. But he never quite brings them into what they have agreed on at the beginning. We only hear of what they have agreed on when they have disagreed.
So Mheshimiwa, again, I'll ask you, because we have now seen, even in the opposition, we have Kalonzo representing the Kamba community. We have Martha Karua representing the Kikuyu community, or women for that matter. We also have Matiang'i representing, Kisii, and a couple of others. I'm forgetting them right now. And of course, the DCP leader Gachagua, him is saying that, look, we have not decided on a front runner yet. We are going to decide, but I am the best of the best if we have to boil down to an individual. I feel like there's a disconnect there, because the very people they are wishing to rule over or to oversee in terms of governance, they're telling them, we are not interested in what Kikuyus are going to bring on the table or Kisiis are going to bring to the table. As we just want good governance. Yes. So where is it that they're not listening, or they're not? They don't care for now. They'll start caring towards election date, or what? I don't know. According to you, in your opinion.
Well, my brother have just said it here. It's about interest. Politics is about interest, and the interest starts with individual. And that's what I would tell my brother here. To say Gachagua was change, it was not. He was not changed with what
he was shortchanged.
Akuna, no. And I would like my brother, I respect him. I'm a Kikuyu, I work with Gachagua from the word go. So you give me respect of telling you how I know him. Because which was outchanged. 8 ministers when President had 2. 17 PSs. Inspector General.
Chief of Defense Forces.
Yeah. Chief of Defense Force. Treasury. Finance also. You remember there was the one who was changed later.
Professor Ndugu.
Yes. The majority in the parliament. With all those structures, if he's talking about the community could have been carried by that structure. You see? But it was about his individual. And second, I would like to correct you, people. Let me tell you. Gachagua came very late when Ruto already had entered in Central. That is the fact. When he was fighting with Uhuru, it was very difficult for him to enter in Central, and Uhuru did not think he can get into the Central. He thought he's a Kikuyu and Milima and Kikuyu. But Ruto entered there and started talking with those people and helping them on discussion, Harambes and what. And let me tell you, politics is about one-to-one. It's not about the tribe where my brother is. It's one-to-one. If you come and convince me and I see you can help me, or you can give me a hope, I'll be able to join you. Gachagua came late when already Ruto had entered in Central. I used another funny name that we were all pregnant in Central.
Yes.
With Ruto. So when somebody else was coming, it was coming late. But when it got the wheel now, now it's when Gachagua came. Okay. When I was taking Kikuyus from Namanga to Letokto Bakalodwa, I was leading. Gachagua was very behind when I was going in there to 35,000 people. He was very far behind. But when it's reached that this seat must be given somebody from Central, that's where Gachagua got opportunity. And now from there, also he started pushing politics, which he was doing also very well, because he was talking and telling people, is this the guy you want? Yes. Even if he is beaten by Hulu, yes. Even he has not been given respect. Those languages until now he came in. But to be outchanged, I cannot agree with that, because I know we had a big number, we had everything in a good way, but his own interest and seeing maybe he is on the same level with the president. No. You must know, even if you have a number, there's somebody who was elected by the vote as a president, and you have to respect. So for the parties now, the way they are coming, don't be worried. Gachagua went and reached somewhere, and he saw that now, if I'm not saying I'm a candidate, because from the word go, even when there was no problem, we knew that, and even himself he knew, we were discussing deeply. I was the person of inside the house that he will not stand for the president. That is something we were talking. He will not stand for the president. But myself, I talked to something in the media, and I think also he listened to what I was talking when we were parted. And I told him, in the Kikuyu community, if you want to impose them in the party, it will be very difficult to put them together, because they are very democrat. But if we have a candidate from Central, it's easy for the tribe to follow you. So he started now saying he is also a candidate. But in my heart, I know he was not, and he is not the candidate. But in the language of politics, he must say, I'm the candidate. That will give a lot of many people where he comes from a lot of hope of thinking this person, he can be a good person when we give him them. And that one could go as a block of votes. But right now, I don't think in Mlima we have a candidate.
All right.
No, because Uhuru is a leader. We respect him for there. He is not. He cannot come back, and Gachagua cannot. Now the vote of Central. Just wait and watch, and you see.
Yes.
And also the group you are saying, Kalonzo, Matiang, itavunjika. Just give it time. Itavunjika, because somebody will finish somewhere. As Gachagua is saying, I have 8 million on the table.
Yes.
You come and say what you have in the table.
8 million votes.
8 million votes.
Right.
You come and say what you have in the table. That language, it cannot work very well to the other candidates. Because from the word go, people thought that now, even Kikuyu was saying, I think Kalonzo, he has been there for a long time. Maybe we can go to.
Could be an option.
It could be an option. It was. People are thinking that way. But now they have started, in fact, you start seeing that they will not be going together sometimes. When we are almost the election, they will not be working together. And even some of them, they will come to the government.
Right.
Just give them a chance. If they have opportunity. Listen, what is he saying when after the court talked? He said he want to be paid his salary for 5 years, his benefits for 5 years, and security and everything. What is that signal? I had it with him myself before impeachment. I told him, why can't you agree you may be paid for your
remaining period,
right? And or you be given security and everything. Then you go and start doing the politics. Maybe if you come with the party and come with the community you are saying, then you can negotiate on the table. And he agreed. But there were some people come and advised him and told him no.
Good.
Yeah. He said no. You are there. You are strong. Just go. Then he went Parliament. He went Senate until now where he. But now I know what the signal he is saying. Can I be paid my dues?
Are you saying that
it might?
Yeah.
Politician hawana aibu. Wanasiasa hana aibu.
Are you saying that he's now retreating?
Not. I'm not saying that, but I'm trying to weigh the option which he has, and maybe as we are going to see what is going to.
All right.
What is going to say?
We still have a significant amount of time.
I think I'm not the devil's advocate. Yeah. But if you look at the way Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was impeached, you could see that the problem started there. His bitterness started in the process. Because if you look at the Kenyan constitution, there's no provision for impeaching deputy president. Actually, what they used was the provision for impeaching the president. And if you look at some of the charges, these are charges that could have been dealt with by the criminal justice system. Yeah, like forgeries and all that, apart from a few. So if you look at the impeachment itself, it had a problem.
Okay.
Yeah, right? So he started being bitter from there. And his only fallback was to look for his tribe. That's the only way he could be protected.
Is that true?
That is how he felt.
Okay.
That's why I said I don't want to be the devil's advocate.
I tend to agree with him because it is the only reason he got a ticket to become deputy president. Again, my view. So if we take that argument and we combine it with that argument, it actually makes sense.
What he's saying makes sense is when he talked about protection, I'm asking, is it true? Because the question I'm asking is, what was he being protected from?
I think to make whoever impeached him feel like, started regretting. And you see, people believe that what he did...
and by whoever impeached him, you mean the president?
Yeah.
Okay.
And people believe right now that...
The president didn't impeach him.
No, but
according to him...
what he's alluding to, the person
he always blames the president.
Yes.
He doesn't blame parliament. He says, the president impeached me. Yeah? It was the president's game.
Yeah, but is it true
and
the president
and he even insists that people were bribed. I don't know whether he has any evidence about that.
There are always allegations about bribery in parliament. Who has come up with evidence to actually demonstrate and show that people actually get bribed? Who?
I have not seen any.
And neither have I.
Mheshimiwa kwa hapa anaweza tuambia. Is there bribery in parliament?
Well, Aikosagi.
Okay.
Aikosagi.
So it is
There's a certain percent, but let me tell you, my brother.
Have you been answered?
You need actually to respect me on this topic about Gachagua. Because I know Gachagua myself.
I will listen.
Gachagua was not impeached. Gachagua impeached himself. I will explain why when it reaches there. He impeached himself. Why? He became with the same level with the president. He disturbed him with the small cases. Inside there, Itumbe, I don't know what. That one I was there, I knew. Second thing, he fought with the MPs. You know, when Dende Nyoro, the president, or I say the system, or the intelligence, they are very clever. You can be balanced in one way or the other without knowing they are balancing you. More used to do, if he has an MP and he's not hearing him, or he's not coming, he's not being loyal to him.
He's being defiant.
When you go to the meeting and start Barasa, he will tell the DC and the other Nini, who is the opponent now of US, let him also greet people. So he want to balance you to see he has alternative. You get it? So I think something was done. For Gachagua. When Dede Nyoro, you remember there was a time he was going with helicopter. With a lot of money. with going with the MP from Central. That means there was something was drawn kunyaganya Gachagua MPs from Central. So when they started going with the Dede Nyoro, other tribes they have been given money and they were saying, you can be alternative of running mate of the president. You can be deputy.
Right.
Then Gachagua took it very seriously, my brother, let me advise you. That's why I'm telling you, he beat himself. When these MPs come back the weekend when he meet with them, he used to abuse them very badly. So stupid. There's nothing to do with me. I have a book. You will not be elected again. I'm the one who is saying Central. So he made a big fight with MPs. And that's why you saw when it was being impeached, it was going like lightning. Because everybody was against and there was opposition also who wanted.
So you're saying it took little effort to get him out of office.
By that time,
but you see the president, let me finish for you. The president, in fact, me and Sudi, and someone else will not mention, we stopped the impeachment of Gachagua 3 times. Persuading the
this
president.
Oscar Sudi.
Yes. This guy you were saying, talking just here, is He's a very good guy sometimes.
The engineer.
Yeah, the engineer.
Okay, I was just confirming.
Oh,
Yeah.
you see now he's being
No, I was just confirming we're talking about the same Honorable Oscar Sudi. But yes, please continue.
Many times. Personing the president. Although the president had a lot of pressure also from Gachagua himself, in fighting. You are doing this, you did not consult me. You are doing this, I think there was a deal. I want, disturbing him all the time. Then now, when he reaches somewhere, the MPs told the president, because they were being fought by Gachagua, even he started going in the ground. And he was not going other areas. It's only Milima, where there's his MPs, that's where he was going. And he was telling people, this is not a good person. This one, I've written a book, you see, the MPs went delegation to the president and told him, please allow us to impeach Gachagua. Let's deal with him. If it's not like that, we are not going to pass for the budget for you. Okay. It was a big hit until the president said, okay, he has a problem with me, but also if you have come to help me or you think it's good to do that, he was released. That's why he could not stand in the National Assembly, in the Senate. It was too speedy. Okay, you can say there were maybe some money here or there. But for me, I know. Sijui ushaona mtu ameiba baiskeli?
Sijaona mmoja.
Nitakufundisha ukiona mtu anakimbiza baiskeli
ni ya kuibwa
bila kupanda, anaenda mbio kabisa, anarukia juu, hiyo baiskeli ni ya kuibiwa.
Okay.
Hiyo ndio alikimbishwa namna hiyo.
Hata yeye mwenyewe anasema atakimbisha Ruto kama baiskeli ya kuibiwa. But I maybe that time that he was being impeached, I think you were on his side.
Yes, I was inside kabisa.
You were on his side. But you have said, you even cried, right? Yeah. And then all of a sudden you shifted. Yes. So, a lot of us don't understand what made you, do that. Because, is it because of tribalism or is it because something happened that...
He has said he saw the true colors.
I saw the true color.
But you said you knew him before.
And again, you are learned so much. Me, I'm not that learned. But I hear English saying, unless a fool cannot change. Yes. I'm not a fool. Right. I changed on seeing the focusing. I stay in the Rift Valley. This guy... He want to put us together as Kikuyus, and let me tell you, Kikuyus in Central is a very small number with the Kikuyus in all Kenya. You go in Nyanza, you go where. And when he started saying, like now when he went in Meru and said, this hotel is for Kalenjin, Luto, this hotel. Please don't eat in this hall or take any drink in this hotel. I did not sleep. Because Kikuyus, if you start in Nakuru, Kakamega, Western, Nyanza, Ukambani. Their hotels and their businesses are there. So I saw this guy is going to put us again like 207. I said, no. Those are the things, my brother, that made me change. It's not because of anything. And I'm 70 years. I'm old.
A lot of people don't understand that.
Dr. Fadamula, there's this whole issue again of even, because I know you're an ODM loyalist, we're seeing the former Prime Minister really collaborating with the current president, President Ruto, and there are some things that are not necessarily Kenyans are not necessarily agreeing to. For example, he suggested a conclave, which people are definitely against, as much as many people are trying to make the rest of the country see the importance of having to sit down. But last year walimwambia vizuri sana, that is baba, wakamwambia tafadhali usiingilie maneno, wewe nenda katulie, just retire.
Mbuvi, ni watu gani hawa ambao who are these people who've been telling Raila these things?
But it's not one person. I don't know their name. I don't know their names, but there are people on social media. They have been chanting. We saw that young lady.
So do they represent the entire country?
They don't. But I'm saying there are some individuals. And you can, if we start looking at trends here about people who have
trends on social media,
people, because that is where we can get it. If we go, I have spoken to people selling smoky, I have spoken to border people, I have spoken to the people in the shops. They are all against this issue of Raila and the president being together.
Why are they against it?
And the majority of the people I've spoken to, of course there are those who are for, but majority of the people I've spoken to, they're like, that was the worst decision Raila ever made. He should have just retired in peace, continue receiving his pension as a former prime minister.
Well, I don't understand something.
Right.
Raila should have kept out of it. Raila should have retired.
Right.
So the people you speak to feel they have the mandate to determine what Raila should do and when he should do it.
No.
And how he should
they
go
do not
about
have
and how he should go about his politics.
However, they have an opinion, because whatever Raila does has a direct effect on their livelihoods and on their lives and on what they do and what they cannot do.
The point I'm trying to make here is
right.
This, that very many people on social media comment.
And on the ground, but yes.
In my opinion, is just that they have commented. There will be others who probably have commented and they haven't made the same comments as the ones you're speaking of. Do we have a situation where one can actually compare? Because social media is an open playing field where people say all manner of things.
Compare what exactly?
Those who say Raila said this which we don't like, and those who said no, he did the right thing. Have we? Because people are. That's where people are communicating. Have we communicated? Because if we've communicated,
right.
If they've communicated and we've analyzed, then we can say the majority of people who are on social media seem to say this. There's a group who have an alternate view, but they're really not that many. But the point I'm trying to make here is this. The platforms where people communicate on social media has to do with people talking about their opinion. This is what they feel, this is what they think at that point in time. You who consumes social media will find that given time, they also change. And the issue here, see, I'm tying this.
Right.
Somebody decides to support some politician, all right? Then a discussion arises, this man should retire. So I'm thinking, wait. Where has the retirement discussion come from all of a sudden? Why is it that there seems to be this suggestion that this man should retire? Why?
I think you asked me something about ODM, right?
Yeah.
What City is saying
yeah.
About social media and people's opinion. If you look at ODM itself, it is reflected there. Right now, there are two camps in ODM. Yeah, and they are very clear camps. You can hear one camp saying, they are supporting the president, and another camp clearly saying we are not supporting the broad-based government. For example, if you look at the camp coalescing around the young ODM tax like Sifuna, Babu Wino, Caleb Amisi, there's a very big grouping behind them, where some of us are. Then there's a grouping that is on the expert side, the 4 experts. There's also a group that is supporting them. So ODM is divided right in the middle. And what the City Muga is saying that social media opinion may not necessarily
be the yardstick.
But if you go even to the party, you find it's actually resonating in the party.
Doctor, let me ask you a question. How do we know that ODM is not playing with us? How do we know that ODM have not decided, you people take this view and express it to the public so that they can hear it? You take this view and express it in this way. How do we know that it isn't ODM trying to determine what is really happening with the issue of two camps?
And that is the real politics. That is how the politics is played. Because when Sifuna is saying that, then Baba comes, he is fighting the government, he is fighting the president. Then the prime minister comes, make a meeting PG, and he's saying what Sifuna is saying, he is right. Are you seeing? He is right. That is that's the stand of the party. When he comes to this, the other side, I agree with the professor, he says something else. So it might be maybe nila kutupa kijiti kwa maji uone pahali samaki yuko inaendekea pandikani. That is politics. But at the end of the day, let me tell you, I know Leila knows how to play politics. Let me tell you. And I defend him. People saying, as you have asked my brother here,
right? Why
did Leila come that he missed? You are the one who put it, that he missed. But let's look at the big picture of the country. The country, when Leila came in, it was stable. Because he knows his politics to make the country stable. And also, don't blame also the president. Some people are bringing him, maybe some people like us, that we brought the government, but people who did not fight for it, they came in. There is a big picture for the country than individual. And the balancing at the face of Kenya is in the constitution. That the face of Kenya, even if you are elected, you must put the face of
Kenya.
To put the face of Kenya is to put everybody inside. And actually, if Nyanza has been left outside for a long time, why should not why should they not enjoy now when it has come and they are getting what they are getting? It is good. Some people will feel bitter that we did this at Gachagua. Ameweka mitego everywhere in the State House. Leader hata ingia hapa atategwa na mtego. You see, that is in politics. It's like showing you don't want development in Nyanza.
Okay.
Lakini the mtego changed. Instead of kutega leader, ilitega yeye. Hiyo mtego. So the country is bigger than all of us. Let me tell you, my brother. And that's why I am preaching today. I don't know whether you realize. I have my own party, but I'm preaching peace first.
Yes.
Peace first, politics second. Then other things come on the tribal end, because you cannot complain where you are born as Mukamba. I was born as a Kikuyu. That should be that. But the first thing, peace. So that one term when it comes, it gets peace. 2 terms when it comes, gets peace.
But actually, I want to ask the question.
Yes.
How do we know that this isn't a scheme by ODM?
It's not a...
how do we know?
You can know only if, let's say, they eventually exit Sifuna. Then it was not, it was not a scheme. It was a really fight.
Even if they exit Sifuna, it could still be a scheme.
Unajua ndugu yangu, Waswahili husema ndoto usumbua mwenye kuota. Sio mwenye kutafusiliwa.
Hapana hivyo.
Ndoto usumbua mwenye kuota. Sio mwenye kutafusiliwa. This game I've been there. 4 president I've been with them. Na any government comes, I was in 4 of them. So na miaka ni hiyo niko naye. I'm in the bonus now.
All right.
Tukiwa na my brother here. We are going on the bonus now. So this is where we can talk wisdom and experience.
You actually look like a 25-year-old.
Yeah, that's what I feel so.
Like a Gen Z.
You've done well.
It is God's grace.
Yes.
It is God's grace. And maybe because he knows my heart, I maybe I word on preaching peace.
Yes.
He had prepared me to be younger. So I can prepare.
You can preach longer. Yes.
That's that, I'm still stuck on that question. Because these divisions that we speak of, okay, I don't see anybody exiting the party.
You don't see anyone being fired?
No, not even fired. One could argue that ODM is a fairly democratic party.
Okay.
The truth of the matter is this. Political parties are not democratic institutions. They are not.
Kenya.
No, the world over. Political parties have owners. Whether it's a Democratic Party, the Republican Party, the Conservative Party, they have owners. And if you look at how those individuals handle their politics, to understand it, they even decide who is going to stand where and who can get elected where. They decide. The owners decide. We think that we are different. We are not. And the reason why we think we're different is because our political parties have individuals who stand up. So it isn't this amorphous party. It's an individual leading the party. But it's not really different. If there is democracy, which in reality doesn't exist in political parties, then you could say ODM is one of those unique entities that they actually has democracy. You are allowed to have differences, but you still carry on with being in members of the party. Is that what you're saying?
Let me help you on something. I'm here to give you the experience, which I have, as supporting you, what you are saying, dividing the party. I was chairman of Kano, Nakuru district, that time was district. And I used to be very close with Moi, because all Kikuyus were in the opposition. Me, as a Kikuyu in the Rift Valley, I was with him, supporting him. So, we used to talk. Even I used to be left in the house with him. He used to come in my house. Just a small boy like me, I was a small boy. He used to come even in my house. And I had a lot of experience. Let me support the professor, what I saw one day. When Matiba was there, and Jaramogi, they were very, very, very strong. And they could have actually taken the power. Then one day, he called me. And he called many people different way. You know why he could not put you even sometimes together. He want to deal with the individual. Now
divide
you see,
and rule.
Divide and rule. You know now, Matiba is coming. You know, what you need to do. Mobilize all the members of KANU. The way you go with the lorries, trucks and what. Get the flags of KANU. Go and receive Matiba in the airport. And he's the worst enemy as Kanu. How? Now, because of following the instruction,
yes,
I could not do anything, but I was watching. What is this? We are given money. This is Kanu, this is Mombasa, this is where? When Matiba was coming,
yes,
with the flags and trucks, we are in airport, all of us, and we were told to sing and support him. So the guy had planned to to separate them with Jaramogi.
Okay.
Yeah. So when all the people went there and the pictures, that he used the media and everything, a big crowd, everybody believed. Even Moi has agreed. Kanu has agreed. It is Matiba. It is Matiba who is going to take. So when Matiba came now, he was told also by his people, and also the people who are in Matiba, some of them, they were corrupted, they were being given money. Separate with Jaramogi. You are going to take this leadership. And you have seen all the Kanu has come to you. So Kanu have agreed. And if you see Kanu like that, they cannot do something if Moi have not told them. So even Moi have accepted.
Has endorsed.
So now they separated. They start now registering new for the city. Then within a week, I was very close with him, and I used to make him laugh with many things talking. So I went to Kebela. I was told there's an operation. I went to Kebela. Kitu kama saa mbili.
When you say Kibera, you must tell them the residents of the vice president used to be in Kibera, and Moi used to live there.
Kabarnet Close, I know that.
Yes,
Close.
So we went there. So when we went there, he was very happy, in a very good mood, and it's a very small group, but he trusted me very much in Kanu. So we got in the vehicles. So we went somewhere, I don't remember where we went. Then we were about 5 vehicles. And when we went there, we were left in the vehicles. He entered in the house. That's where this, what we call it, this was for Camelin. The Kanjiru died, it was for Camelin.
It was Dr. Koech.
Dr. Koech. That is his house of Dr. Koech.
Okay.
We left in the combat. He entered inside. He stayed about 3 hours. And Moi used to sleep early. So I knew that is a very special thing when you pass his time like that. Then he came out, and there were some vehicles parked separately. He got some briefcases of money, were put in the vehicle. The other vehicle was put in another vehicle, But unfortunate, I was very curious to see, this is my boss, this is the president.
Right.
This at night. What is going on here? I suspected there must be something going on here.
Right.
When I looked, I saw Jaramogi, and I saw Leila, the son. And the car which was put money, they drove with that car. So when we went back in Kibera, Moi was very clever. He asked me, okay, namna, what did you see? I saw nothing. If you are clever, just say, I saw nothing. Don't try to say that you have seen anything.
I saw bugs.
I saw nothing. Then I followed later, trying to find out what was there, what was going. You know what he was telling? He told Leila, he wants to separate these people. Hii nikiwachia hii nyang'au wa Kikuyu, watamaliza nyinyi. They will finish you. I better leave it to you.
To Jaramogi.
If I leave this thing, we show how they received him.
Yes.
This Kikuyu, if they take this seat,
yes,
you are going Nyanza, you are going
Kwisha nyinyi.
He separated them. Did it work or not? It worked.
It worked.
So I'm supporting the professor what he's saying. Let me tell you, politics, hesabu yake ni kama ile ya chase. Kula hii. Kumbe unataka ukurue 6. Na umepeana yako 2.
You are saying hizo briefcases zilichukuliwa na Jaramogi na Raila.
Yeah. No, they were put in the vehicle. I don't know which vehicle now, whether it's one.
But they drove that vehicle.
They drove away. That means it was for them.
You fill in the blanks.
Yeah.
So I support you with the raw data. Now you analyze it.
You process. Daktari, again, I will still go back to what City Muga asked you, and to what, of course, Mheshimiwa here has alluded to. Is it that perhaps tunachezewa hapa hivi mchezo wa karata?
Sasa nikisikia story ya Mheshimiwa Kimani Ngunjiri, naanza kufikiria tena kidogo. I start thinking that there's so much that that is being played behind the curtains. And when somebody stands to speak, he may just be speaking his own things.
Right.
But behind the scenes is something different.
Yeah, exactly.
So it makes politics a very dirty game.
Very dirty game.
But City is saying that all parties operate like that, but I disagree.
All parties
Because
have,
if you look,
all parties have owners.
Yeah, but if you look at Kenyan parties, they don't last long, right? If you look at the United States parties, those parties are over 100 years, over
Centuries old.
years.
Okay,
They're very, very old.
How old are we as a nation?
62 years.
How old is America?
250 what?
200 and it's almost 300.
Yeah. But that party probably has been there since those days.
Yes.
That's why I think it's a bit different there and here. Here it is a personal thing. So that briefcase, like the one Mashma is saying here, goes to an individual. There, if there's something like that, it goes to the party. So these are ours are briefcase parties, most of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because,
like Gachagua now is just, instead of supporting a party from Mount Kenya, he decides to form DCP. Yeah. And yet he knows Jubilee is there, which is the other than PNU.
I think TNA is still there.
Yeah, he's still there. But he doesn't want to touch those ones or even move near them. He forms his own. So it is his own personal thing. Now he wants to make money and other things from that. And that is, I think, where our politics will always remain bad based on those groupings, tribal groupings. Because even though he has mixed this party with people from across the country, but he's still talking about Mlima all the time.
Let me ask you. Let me ask the question. What is the problem with him talking about Mlima all the time?
I think every politician talks about their backyard.
No.
But he says
not every politician. I've never heard Kalonzo talking about his backyard.
Yeah, no, he doesn't talk, but it is there. It is.
I'm asking the question. What is the problem with Gachagua talking about Mlima?
Then he should.
Kalonzo,
let me answer that question.
Kalonzo is not insecure about the vote that he has in Ukambani.
Yeah.
Perhaps others are, but I don't know.
But you see, he says there's nothing wrong talking about Mlima. But he should be very clear. That is where he's fighting for, or that is where his interests are. But when he talks about Mlima, then he says DCP is a national party. How come he doesn't talk about these other regions? Does not.
The pronouncements of politicians are precisely that. Pronouncements. He is a politician. He's been a national figure. You cannot be a significant political player in this country if you don't have a source of support. And if he has assumed it is Mlima, well, that is his assumption. And if there's the assumption that he represents them, again, that is the assumption. Because this Mlima has very many politicians. And there are politicians who preceded Gachagua in politics. There are those who lost in the previous election who have not given up. If you're talking about a place which has human resource to spare in terms of political people, it is that region. So he is loud. But how effective is it? Does he have Mlima behind him? Because if you talk about Kalonzo's where he is because the people where he comes from, they have chosen to support him. They have chosen. Have the people of Mlima chosen to support Gachagua? Or is he looking for them to support him?
And you see, Professor, there are two things which is raising Gachagua very high. And they are very dangerous in politics. There's something called sympathy vote and the tribal vote. These two things. There is somebody from very high. Let me tell you, if you are vying for a seat, even in the constituency, ifanyike kitu, your opponent akuwe na kitu imekuja, sympathy, it's so dangerous. That's why wanaonaka wengine wanapiga gari yao buduki, wanapiga risasi, wanapiga nini wenyewe wakitafuta kitu naitwa sympathy. They know people like sympathy things very much. Hiyo ndio imechukua,
you know, the inner workings of politics.
Yes. If you look at, if you see many politicians, even some of them who like to be arrested. Nobody like to be arrested, but they would like to be arrested to have that sympathy. And say, now you see, this is the president. Let me tell you, like now, all these things are happening. We saw yesterday the the report of anti-corruption. We saw it yesterday.
Right.
Surely. Are all those things Ruto doing it?
Of course not.
Of course not. But you see, we have forgotten that we are dealing with one person because of politics to remove him from the position. But we are seeing the corruption everywhere. Where me, I'm involved, you are involved, the other person is involved. But we are carrying all these things to bloody one person as a president. That is how dirty politics it is. So if you get a sympathy somewhere, hata unaona kama kina Kambuli, they hijack themselves. They kidnap themselves. They are just looking for sympathy. But now, you must be very expert to prove that you are hijacked, because if you are hijacked, Kambuli, and you are left somewhere in the bush, then your wife comes, he have seen you, he had been crying, and take the handkerchief, anaanza kupangusa wewe nguo. Is that genuine? Kama umeona bwana yako
mimi si DCI lakini
no, I'm just saying as a human.
Yes.
Sasa wewe bibi yako akikuta wewe kwa hijack na imeenezwa sana, akuta umelala pahali fulani, utachukua handkerchief kwanza kupangusa yeye?
Hapana.
Kwanza ni kuangalia kama ako hai na kumshika, you love him. What my that would be the street nakulia. That was just and kupanguza na nini na kamba.
All right, gentlemen, I want us to take a short break. We get into the news, then when we return, of course we'll be looking at why this. I want you to help me make sense of what is happening in ODM and the broad-based government in general, and of course Mheshimiwa here will let us understand also the road to 2027 as far as the broad-based government is concerned, and of course the opposition as well. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Many Kenyans continue to misunderstand mediation, often confusing it with arbitration and other dispute resolution processes. This is according to James Mangerere, the president of Mediation Training Institute East Africa. Speaking during an interview with Radio Generation, Mangerere said the confusion stems from a general lack of awareness about the differences between the methods grouped under alternative dispute resolution. He explained that while ADR includes various approaches such as negotiation, mediation, conciliation, arbitration, and eradication, the concept of mediation remains unclear to most people.
There is a misunderstanding in the public about what mediation is, because we have covered this terminology we call alternative dispute resolution. This is what we call ADR. And ADR is a combination of so many processes. We have negotiation, we have mediation, we have conciliation, we have arbitration, we have adjudication, and many others. The problem is we are not very clear about what mediation is. That's the reason why most people confuse it with arbitration, others confuse it with conciliation. Mediation is an alternative dispute resolution process where you empower the parties themselves to make their own decisions. It's a self-determinative process. What a mediator does, a mediator is a third party who is neutral, who opens lines of communication for these parties to discuss and come up with their own mutually acceptable solution. The problem is the public does not understand it.
The Senate Committee on Delegated Legislation met Health Cabinet Secretary Ednah on Tuesday to discuss new graphic health warnings for tobacco products. CS Duale said the warnings published under Legal Notice number 107 of 2025 aim to tackle rising tobacco and nicotine use, especially among the youth. The ministry says the new labels target both traditional and emerging tobacco products, urging Parliament to approve the regulations. Committee Vice Chair Senator Danson Mungatana praised the ministry's efforts, saying the submissions will be reviewed alongside views from other stakeholders.
This is a constitutional moral obligation. We must save the next generation. Our children are the best investment. It's not the wealth you have. It's not the house you have. The children are, and the chairman, I can tell you, from those products, mainly from China, are destroying our children. These new products you're talking about are not defined in the current law. The vibes, you find your daughter putting a lipstick, it's not lipstick. It's something else. It's a drug. So we want to define all these range of products.
HELB will sufficiently cater for all students joining university in September, Education CS Julius Ogamba has said. The CS says the government will secure supplementary funding for HELB to ensure that the board is able to meet the financial obligations to allow all students join universities. The Education Ministry chief also disputed claims that the reduction in university fee will disadvantage debt-laden universities.
We will persuade Parliament, we will persuade Treasury and a supplementary one or supplementary two to get more resources to be able to cover the students. We're also encouraging HELB to collect more. The student-centered funding model is to ensure that we leave no student behind or no student misses university because of the background where they come from. So support us in that, pass the message and ensure, and we're encouraging each and every student to apply. We will go out of our way to ensure that when we confirm that a student is vulnerable, we will look for resources to ensure that they are in school. No student is going to be left to be out of school because of resources.
The CS spoke at the University of Nairobi where he inaugurated the new University Council. United Nations Special Rapporteur called Tuesday for the Israel and US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to be immediately dismantled. They say aid was being exploited for covert military and geopolitical agendas. The private organization began distributing food in Gaza Strip in May as Israel began easing a more than 2-month aid blockade on the Palestinian territory that had worsened existing shortages. The experts say the GHF is a disturbing example of how humanitarian relief can be exploited for covert military and geopolitical agendas in serious breach of international law. And that's the Truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Yes, indeed. The time right now is 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. And my name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. And this morning, we are hosting Mheshimiwa Kimani Ngunjiri and Dr. Festo Fadamula. The conversation is around political regrouping versus the road to 2027. In the previous hour, the conversation, of course, was around succession politics to some extent, but it kind of steered towards what is happening as far as the confusion within the broad-based government and also in the opposition. Because we tend not to see or understand what exactly is happening. But the point is they are actually regrouping. And Dr. Fadamula, I think I had asked you this question, which I didn't get a clear answer. And I was asking you to help me make sense of this, where we are seeing the Secretary General of the Orange Democratic Movement saying that the sole purpose for ODM right now is to unseat President Ruto come 2027. Yet on the other end, we are seeing the former Prime Minister saying that he is going to support the President till 2027. Perhaps does that mean that after 20, or rather during the election, they're not going to be together? Or does it mean something completely different? So SG anasema kitu moja, party leader anasema kitu kingine.
I think even for us ODM members, it is as vague as it sounds when you try to explain it.
I highly doubt.
It is as vague. On the outside,
yes,
it looks very vague. But probably on the inside, they know what they are doing. But you see, even in the support of broad-based government, okay, there are those people who have genuine issues, like the issue of human rights, yeah? That's a really genuine issue even in ODM, in some members, like the abductions and the clamping down on demonstrators.
Dissenting voices and so on.
Dissenting voices.
Right.
So there are those in ODM who call it blood-based. And they are still in ODM.
Right.
And there are those in ODM who call it broad-based. Yeah, and they are still in ODM. So there's a group for blood and a group for broad. So to an extent, there's actually genuine division when it comes to the support of the government. Genuine, because one is insisting that human rights have been violated to a very serious extent, and that must be corrected. And one is saying, no, we don't. Human rights have been violated even in Moi government, even in Kibaki government, even in Uhuru government, even in Ruto government. So it's not the first time that those who are arguing like that. But there are those who are also arguing that just because it happened before must not continue happening right now. And in fact, the president went around promising that abduction will be a thing of the past.
Was this before or after he was elected? Because I know
that was before he was elected.
Yes.
Yeah. But now things changed after he was elected. And there are those now who feel in ODM that, no, we cannot support that kind of government. So there's a part that is very genuinely divided. And there's a part that is playing politics.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do we know the part that is playing politics? That is the one that I'm interested in.
Maybe the broad-based side is playing more politics than the blood-based side. Like the blood-based side would include people like Babu Wino. They may not be playing politics. They may be building their own political careers.
Dr. You're telling me that politicians take a position and they're not playing politics. Politicians. Because everybody in this equation, whether it's Babu, whether it's Hamisi, whether it's Sifuna, these are politicians. 1, 2. They are young. They have an entire future ahead of them. Let me ask a simple question. Sifuna has attempted to be a representative of people once he did not make it. He's now senator. He's not going to stop there. So you are telling me that he has taken a position which may jeopardize his future because the party you belong to listens to what Raila tells them. It's not really complicated.
Yeah. It does. But
no,
now
they listen, but they do.
Things are changing.
Really?
Things are changing a bit.
Okay, how?
Yeah, because now they assume that the Raila, where he is right now, nature is not on his side. He has to exit at some point. So there are those who have the instinct that it is their time now to create their careers and fight for what Raila will leave behind.
So he's saying biology is not necessarily
let me go again.
Prime Minister's side.
There were people who had similar ideas when Jomo Kenyatta was the president, and they formed what they call the Change Constitution movement, because they were thinking the way you are thinking and saying some people are thinking. Kenyatta is old, he may die, we know he has a heart problem, and my friend, that group went nowhere with that Change the Constitution of theirs, nowhere. And when Kenyatta died, there's nothing they could do. He died very far away from them, because he was at the coast, and things moved, and whatever they thought they would get, they never got, because they had ideas of who should take over. Moi became the president. That was not their plan. So this issue of looking at a senior politician who has gravitas and assuming that just because they are aging that their time has passed, it is a mistake.
You see, I think there are two things here, and maybe the younger people are looking maybe for their future, thinking that, and it's not my party, they should come in my party called Future.
Future, yes.
Future party. Tuvuke pamoja. Because actually they are looking for their future, because I see a saying, you see, Leila Odinga, actually the age is there, but he has a lot of wisdom. And you see, after them coming and doing all these things, if we now stand and say opposite to them, they will have a lot of problem. Let me tell you, because he still have say. Like now in Nyanza, who can convince anybody who is clever that Raila Odinga has made Nyanza change in development? You just say a word. We were in the problem all those years. Can you see now? Can you see these roads? Can you see what is happening? Can you see all these things? I'm not a fool. I'm not looking for myself. I'm looking for you, how I can help you. Have I changed? People will say yes. Do you have these roads? Yes. What are these young boys coming? What are they saying? So they must be very careful. It's a trap. They must be very, 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 very careful. Because if Raila Odinga still will think on the direction he want to go with his people and with the Kenyans, and let me tell you, Raila don't say just about Nyanza. Raila has people everywhere, in Mombasa, in the Kisumu, in Ukambani, even in Central. Yes, he has very strong people also there. So he is somebody you cannot underrate.
Right.
And I said one thing, and my brother here have said it. Raila had the handshake with who?
With President Uhuru.
No.
It started with Moi.
Okay, it started with Moi.
Okay.
I was there. If Moi was not strong, let me tell you, alikuja, his logo was tractor. Tinga. So you are saying when he came, he did not switch off the engine. Alipokurumisha, iliuma sisi tumbo, akatoka na Kalonzo, akatoka na Saitoti, akatoka with a big group, akatoka naye. It's only Moi knew how to deal with these things that he succeeded because of his cards. But it was so dangerous. And he went there with hope, hii lazima nitaua. Hii nitaua. And it was almost going. He came to Kibaki. He supported Kibaki. And they came handshake. Lakini the second term, he was not very happy with the things how they were going. Now he started again the engine. Kukurumisha engine. Tumbo ikauma kwa watu yote ikakuwa ni shida kubwa. Until they came join together.
Nusu mkate.
Now he also came to Uhuru. He did the same. He came to Ruto. He did the same. Would you joke with that person? That person is dangerous.
Yeah.
It's not somebody you can be able to underrate.
Right.
So these boys who are coming, I advise them. They have two choices: to succeed or to perish.
Yeah, but I would ask the
question. 2 points. Succeed or perish. And maybe they are saying, as Ruto came, you know, Ruto alipokuja alipanda na Moi, and people are seeing a big risk rising with the president, who they retired. But he had a lot of problem. By the end of the day, he survived. There are two things. Maybe my brother here or Daktari hapa, maybe you are not known by people. Not many people knows you. Let me give you a style of, if you want to be known in Kenya and you may be headline, ujulikane na kila mtu, and it will be topic of headline. Just go KCC in the top, pale juu kabisa, na useme nitajiangusha, nitakufa kwa sababu ya hii na hii na hii na hii na hii, na uonekane ukitaka kufanya mkono namna hii, then you be highlighted. You see, so that's how the politics come. You take risk. You take risk. Utaweza kuanguka ujichole mtu.
Yes.
Utaweza kufaulu. There are two things. So it depends, but hata mzee, hata kwa boma, I don't know whether you people, you are like that. Sisi wa Kikuyu tunasema kwa boma, ukizeeka kabisa, unaachia watoto, hata gari na kushinda, unaachia watoto gari, unaachia shamba, unaachia nini. Like leadership.
Wa Kikuyu,
leadership. Until when I go in the hole, I will still be there saying, this is what I want. This is what I want. That's the culture which is there. So Raila Odinga, don't underrate him, because you see now, they did handshake with Uhuru.
Yes.
Uhuru, even now, he was supporting Raila up to now. He has not said anything. He is saying he's in Azimio. He did the handshake with the Ruto. These three people, Raila, Ruto, na Uhuru. You see, to our eyes as Kenyans, tunaona, Uhuru walikosana kabisa na Ruto. Hawezi kuonana. Did you say wakipiga high five?
Yes.
Juzi. High five. Wanacheka. Ruto anapeleka around, inaambia nimeiba pesa. Hii yote, si nimejenga State House. Nimefanya. Anamwambia, good, you have tried my boy. Pap, high five.
High five.
Na kushikana namna hii. Politics has no permanent enemy, but those three people
yes.
are the people I'm watching myself.
All right. So you're watching
These three people.
Raila, Ruto, and who?
Not three. If they come together, you saw the clip. I had listened to a clip yesterday, Professor. I don't know whether you saw it. These three people, when come, politics can change. And I want to tell you with the experience, my brother, we are remaining some stages. Now we cannot project it properly and say this is what will happen 2027. No. There are about 3 stages to come. The politics for this year, next year we are going December, January, it will start changing again. In the middle, it will change again. On the end, you start seeing now the picture. Then we shall start now seeing this is the line now, and this is where people are going now. There are stages to come.
But Honorable Ujiri, if you look at, because you've been a student of Moi, you said that mulienda hata alikuwa nakuja kwako mnakunywa chai.
Yes.
So now that you have seen and you can tell that perhaps 3 things might happen, maybe you can help us predict, in your opinion, is Raila going to support Ruto come 2027? Number 1. Number 2, is Raila still going to run as a candidate for presidency in 2027? Or are we seeing Raila getting away from even the broad-based government and supporting someone totally different that for now we might not know?
Well, let me say this, in a very simple way. I cannot say that, and I cannot respond on that because I don't know. These people are above me. Whenever I've been in politics for all those years, but they are above me. I don't know their cards which they are playing, but we are watching. Like now, when we saw Ruto and Uhuru, the crowd changed a bit because now in Milima, people never wanted Uhuru. They refused when he brought the candidates as Raila Odinga. But now again, you can see, again they are together. Now,
yes.
And I promise you, Uhuru, he has a say now because of behavior of the other side and Gachagua, because he is also fighting his party, he's doing all those things. And you know, you saw, I don't know whether it was yesterday, the Uhuru shared the PG of Jubilee. That means he strengthened his party. Gachagua is saying there are some led parties that is now Jubilee.
Yes.
And he doesn't want to mention me because he knows my fight, he said. And there's another blue wheelbarrow for Uhuru in Nakuru for somebody who was my friend. So you see now, if he's fighting all those people, the problem with Gachagua, he's fighting people of Central, and he wants them to support the leadership, and he wants them to support him. You cannot fight inside the house and outside. He better stop fighting the people dividing in Central and even saying, I'm the one who is going to say who will stand here. People have started giving money. 20 million. I will give you a ticket of governor. Those kind of things. It will separate. It will bring a lot of problems. Therefore, I cannot project, as you have said. I can project, but not now. I don't want to say, because I know politics changes.
Have you just said that people are buying tickets for their for MPs, gubernatorial and Senate, just securing those seats in advance?
Yeah, that's there. Even you have heard in the media. You say you watch media. You have heard people complaining to be refunded money after giving money, and somebody also has been given money.
Yes.
You have heard in the media on social media. I don't have evidence to say this is exactly, but it is also working in the. It's been seen in social media.
We take your word for it.
Yeah. So these three people,
yes,
and their wisdom. Let's respect them and see how it will go. Because the most important thing, how can we have peaceful election?
Okay.
And I think now, in the side of opposition, we would be hearing them very much when they are saying, let IBC be given enough time,
right,
and be given money
to conduct
to prepare themselves. We have by-election. The same time, we have border review.
Yes.
And the time is very small. At the same time, the public are taking signatures to impeach the MPs and to impeach MCAs. Will it work on the same time? Those are the things we'll be talking. How do we shape so that we have a good election coming 2027? That is the most important thing. We might do all these things and fight for the seats and for the parties. But when we reach to IBC, it might be messy. And we cannot get the right thing. And maybe the bloodshed can be there, which is very bad. But if we can prepare in the right, and young people, they may know we are doing the right thing for them to have free and fair. They are getting IDs. They are getting what in a proper way. I think that is the most important thing. which the opposition will be presenting now, pushing the government. Have you given these people money? Like you see, opposition, they're also fighting the IBC. So when we fight and the process was done, whom are we going to follow? Or who are we going to respect? That's where there is a lot of confusion.
Dr. Fadamula, you're an analyst. I'll ask you the same question. Tunaona nini? Raila ataenda hii kitu mpaka mwisho ama kuna mahali atashuka ibasi apande matatu tofauti?
Thank you. One thing I'm sure about that I can tell you for sure here. Ruto wants Raila to support him.
That we know.
He wants Raila to his followers to support him. So that is for sure. So everything that is happening now is to buy that support or to get that support of the Raila followers. But in the process, there's also a lot of damage being done. Okay. For example, like me, I come from Western. A lot of Western is beginning to shift at the moment because they don't want to go with Raila today, broad-based government. So if Raila is going to run as a candidate, then he must reach somewhere and say, now I don't want to go with broad-based. And it should be early.
Yes.
Because camps
as early as now or
as early as the end of this year.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, when we enter next year and he has not made a decision or he has not pronounced, he might lose certain blocks like Western and part of coast.
Let's talk about some of the Western leaders we are looking at here. Of course, we're looking at Oparanya is a Western leader, right?
Yes.
We're also looking at someone like Musalia Mudavadi, the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Yes.
We're also looking at the Speaker of the Parliament, Honorable Wetangula. So now, and of course now we have the others who are in opposition. We have the likes of Natembeya, and so are we saying that we are probably looking at a coalition whereby even some of the people in the government right now might shift allegiances?
You are forgetting that there's also DCP through the deputy party leader.
Oh yes, Malala.
Cleophas Malala.
Yes.
And then we have Natembeya, who is in DAP, but is trying to exit and form his own outfit.
And we also have Eugene.
Then we also have Eugene. But if you listen to the ground, we have always been in opposition. We have always voted for Raila. Now he has taken us to government. And if you listen to the ground, they don't want to go to government because a deal was made somewhere that didn't include them. And they believe that they are not getting any of the deals. They believe that if it is Wetangula, his deal was personal. If it is Musalia, his deal was personal. It has not benefited the people.
So?
It is.
He's telling you what the ground is saying.
The ground doesn't feel the two right now. That's why in Bungoma,
so they don't
a month ago you saw that in Bungoma, Wetangula was trying to work up the crowd and they were not saying anything. So he asked them, how we used to do, how we used to cheer Ford Kenya. Yeah, because they were like resisting what he was doing.
Okay. But let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
We are in politics. What is somebody supposed to do as a leader if you are elected? Is to help your people, to make your people benefit. Now here, question comes. People might see, as you are saying, they don't like Raila because now he is going in the government. But are they benefiting? Why do they want leadership? Why have been they crying at the Mukate na Kaiwa Nusu? Then they have brought the bread. People are benefiting there. What does the people want? They don't want the government. They don't want Ruto. But Raila is bringing them what he has sacrificed himself to bring what they are supposed to have and change. And that's why I'm telling you, there will be a lot of division. And don't see as a block. Saying that at Western is a block of opposition. Look at from independent, from the time of Kaduna Kanu. If there are people who are democratic, it is Western. They were giving Kanu, Murido was there. They were giving also Kanu. They were dividing their vote. They are only the people gives vote in a different way. The way I know the experience which I have. So the issue of winning is not a block. It's having a piece here, having a piece here, having a piece here, having a piece here.
So you eat from all directions.
You eat from all direction.
You know what?
How do you eat ugali just with mboga peke yake? You need
Kanyama hapa.
omena hapo kidogo.
There's the issue of what kind of block are you talking about?
Yes,
what
doctor.
size of it? You know, like Raila has been getting 66 to 70% of Western. Right now, people are projecting he may not even make, if he runs, he may not even make 30%.
Who are these people who are projecting?
The Tawe movement. The Tawe movement is a movement. That's like I'm putting it. It's a movement.
And it has gained traction.
Serious traction.
How?
Ni akina Natembea.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Serious traction.
How exactly?
The only problem is that Natembea has not declared exactly what he wants. Does he want the deputy presidency? Does he want the presidency? And then now he's fighting with the party leader, Eugene Wamalwa. That's why I said he wants to form his own outfit. But that movement is serious movement.
All right. You're saying it is serious. What are the indicators? If we were to say that they have a sizable portion of people in Western now, I'm not talking about Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, I'm talking about Western.
The entire Western bloc.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be something new. Because if you look at, and Mheshimiwa said it very well, Ford Kenya is a Bukusu party predominantly.
Yes.
There are people who vie in it and have won, but they are spotted. Mudavadi had his own party. Then Eugene came with his own party. All I'm trying to say is this. If you come now to the sides of Kakamega, there were parties within Kakamega. There were those who were ODM. So the democracy that Mheshimiwa speaks of actually exists. Now, are we saying that the Tawe movement has broken these so-called traditional enclaves, and now people are gravitating towards it in large numbers from all these regions?
Yeah, because if
it galvanized?
If you want one of the indicators, you know, when Natembea was arrested for corruption, right? And then after that, he was released, but he made a tour of Western.
Yes.
He came through Kakamega, Bungoma, Busia, and then he went up to Kitale. If you look at the turnout that he was experiencing, David has never experienced that turnout.
No.
David has never. Across Western, even Wetangula
has not.
So this was the first person we saw attracting crowds everywhere in Western.
Yes. Now let me ask another question. We saw the numbers and the crowds of these numbers who are predominantly youth. How many of these people even have IDs?
That one you cannot tell clearly right now.
Yes, that's true.
But you see, there's another thing that people are suspecting, that because of the Gen Z, more youths may take IDs and voter cards in 2027 than any other time.
It is our hope and it is our prayer. But remember, in the last election, there were 8 million people who did not vote. It's documented.
Yes.
If you look at our demographics population, the majority were probably young, isn't it?
Mostly.
These were registered voters.
Yeah, but mostly young.
The region, that Western region, Luo Nyanza and Western as we call it, very many young people avoid taking IDs. It's not complicated. They don't.
They don't, it's true.
So you see crowds, but whether that crowd can translate into a voting block is a completely different matter.
Let me show you what I was done in my constituency. That's what I'm telling you. The politics and who will be the president is very tricky.
Right.
We have experts who deals with that. I had expert Adif in my constituency. You know, we had just left from COVID. We had a lot of problem here and there. Then now, he decided he had a lot of money, which he had stolen. Then he was buying ID from areas he knows I'm very strong. Buying ID. Give you 3,000 and when they return to you nakwambia atakurudishia kipande yako na 2,000, that's 5,000. He had enough money. It changed my pattern of areas because of the corruption. So that's why I'm agreeing with my brother. This issue of ID and what, let me tell you, these young people queuing, as you are seeing them putting pressure, but queuing to have an ID is also a problem.
Hawafanyi.
It's also a big problem. So here, let me tell you, you are saying about now, you're saying the callers, Natembea. Yes, I agree. And he's doing a very good politics, saying these guys have never changed here. Now we want a new leadership. That's fine. He's been followed by the people. Do you know where he's going tomorrow? Do you know you do coalition with who tomorrow? Do you know the government is also watching how they can have people who are people?
How they can poach.
You know? Yeah. And his interest will be, are you going to give me this position and this and this and this? Oh yes, come. But it's very tricky. Very, very tricky. And that's why you've asked me who will be present next time. It's very difficult. But what I will say, even if the ground stays how, don't play with the sitting president.
Actually,
I was with Moi myself. Yes. Don't play with the sitting president.
There's a comment here by Musalia Mudavadi, and he has said it is usually very difficult. This he said yesterday. It is usually very difficult on African soil to defeat a president who is looking for his second term.
It's very difficult. Why? He has all the network.
The machinery.
Don't forget chiefs, up to sub-chief, up to the DO, up to the DC. When it reaches the politics, they are always on the side of the
government,
where they get their salary. In fact, they call themselves, I don't know whether you know that, Professor, that there is a party called the AGIP. You know that?
No,
civil servants, they're in AGIP party. In the government, in
power.
In the power.
Oh,
it's called
yes.
So civil servants are in Ajip,
and you cannot change them from there. And again, they also fear. Okay, like now they are crying about the reduction, but also they are also very careful. Can another government come? I lose what I'm getting in the routine of my everyday. So that's what I'm telling you. It's very tricky. And the sitting president, he is listening. The more you make noise, like Gachagua making a lot of noise he is making, even if the people he is with opposition, they are very happy with Gachagua. Why? Open the way. Open the way. You might put the tarmac in the road, but you not use that road.
Yeah, but it has happened in Liberia.
Right.
It has happened in Botswana. It has happened in
unseating a president.
Yeah, unseating. But I think about 6 countries in Africa have unseated a sitting president. You know, there's a new dynamic. There's a new dynamic here that is unknown. The Gen Z dynamic. You know, currently I'm also vying in Mumias West for Member of Parliament, right? So I'm always on the ground. I'm always talking to youth and people. Yeah? And the people there, Mumias West is just one of the many constituencies. But now
how many voters are there?
They knew about 53,000.
Okay.
But that new dynamic, you can feel it when you're on the ground. Because I vied also in 2017, it was not the same as it is now. Yeah? Now the interest among the youth is very, very high. I don't know whether it came from the finance bill of 2024 and then these demos, but something has triggered them.
No, I think it's the living. It's the living.
The cost of living.
The cost of living. Yes. Something has triggered the interest.
But Dr. You know what you're saying. I actually agree with you. And it is factual, and there are those who conduct research into these matters. They have said it is so. The thing that I find still puzzling is these numbers, and they are vast, whether they, one, will follow the trajectory that we followed in our politics, and they'll follow parties that align with their tribes, one, whether they'll register and get IDs and register to actually vote, and whether they will actually vote. You see? Everything you say is not in doubt. But whether they will, because if they do vote, there will be changes. But you see, the changes will not be new. If you look at the turnover of members of parliament in this country, it tells you we change. We want change. You can see. The attrition is something like almost 70%. Now, whether they will elect the sort of people whom they say they want to see as leaders is yet to be seen, because this group is not tested. We've not had a political situation where the things they say have been tested and we can say these people mean what they say.
Let me
Not yet.
Let me ask Daktari a question.
Yes.
Because you have said you have vied.
I'm vied and I'm vying.
And you are
so I can
vying.
compare the two experiences.
The two,
Yes,
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether you have gone across, because even myself I've been in that politics. You get, especially the 2022, you get people near the polling station, especially young people. They are staying in the group of 20, 30 somewhere. And it's almost the closing time of voting. You think that's the time they would go there, but they trap you and tell you, we are here, we have not voted. Can you give us our
I've seen
money?
that.
You have seen that? Give us money, we go and vote. We go and vote. Those are the things we are saying. This is still young people if we are not careful. I'm not saying maybe from town or I don't know, but I'm saying Mashambani, where I've been myself buying. You get them 10 or 20. And they tell you, we are here, come. Actually, they say corners because they are fearing the police corners. And they will just, when you come, you know, as a candidate, you are allowed to go everywhere. Before the polling station was going. Then they will tell you, come. We are here, we have 40 votes here. What are you going to give? And they will negotiate. They will tell you, no, we want this amount. We negotiate. When you give them, even you don't know whether they are going. Some they might vote for you, and some will not vote
at all.
And some you have not shown them. You have not asked them because they are security. You can't ask them. Let me see your ID. That now it will be bribe as a candidate. You see asking them like that. So you just trust them. Or you have said your vote. Yes. Where is it? It's here in the pocket. We are going to vote for you. So these things, we hope, as the Daktari is saying, and also the professor is saying, if God can help us to change and to get the right people without corruption, let me tell you, that's why my city went. I never used to give money. No.
Okay.
Me giving money or transporting people. No. I have 5 wards. If I go in this ward, I don't carry people to go in the other ward to be seen a number as they are doing now, people.
Right.
No. I just go and deal with that ward the way it is and the people of that ward. And that's why I was getting quite a good vote. The first time I got 51,000.
Yes.
300 and something. That's the first time. The second, I got 60,635 and 50. You can see that addition. It was meaning a lot. But when the money came,
the money culture,
and you know the money also sold Jesus. So we must be very careful, my brother. If you are buying,
it's tough. Money. The money culture is very tough. Yeah, because people expect when you just land, they are going to get something.
But you see, this is the dichotomy. The Gen Z have spoken things that give us the impression that they are what you call their base and their understanding has to do with issues. When you tell us you are tribeless, leaderless, and so forth, you're telling us we don't want that politics. What we want is we want an issue-based what? Campaign. Now, if we are talking about the same group of people who then want money for them to act, then I'm afraid everything that they've been telling us, if we take it, then we cannot take it seriously.
Yes.
Because if they are issue-based, they will be challenging you on what it is your manifesto is about. That group that Mheshimiwa is talking about will be asking you, tell us what it is that you plan to do. Not how much are you going to give us. And tell us how you are going to do it. Or they would have formed into groups where instead of waiting for the day of the election, long before, they say, look, this ward has 4 groups of youths. We want to invite you on this day to come and tell us what it is you want to do. Okay? The others will tell you when. That way, the communication is clear. These people want to understand what you want to do. But do you see that happening?
That's why there is a big problem. And let me tell you what Kikuyus are saying about Raila Odinga. Now, you know they gave him vote 800. They gave him 800.
Yeah, 800K.
Yeah. They gave him Central. They gave him, because I have told you he has followers also there. But now I met some group somewhere, a big group of business people and also opinion people. They were saying, hata afadhali demonstration ile ilikuwa ya Raila. Hiyo ilikuwa haidamage vitu yetu vile hii sasa ina damage. Saying it's better demonstration. Raila alitoka opposition kwa nini? Kwa sababu wakati alikuweko demonstration ya watu yake ya ODM ilikuwa haiharibu mali yetu vile imeharibiwa. And again it was maybe only Nairobi. But now they are saying this one have extended. even central supermarket
31 counties.
That one counties. Sema if it's Raila, we respect him. Yake ikukuwa inaharibia si nini? That's why I'm telling you there will be a lot of changes now.
They're blaming who now?
Yeah?
Who are they blaming?
Well, they are saying, in one way or the other, they are commenting saying, if Raila was still in the opposition, angawachia hawa watu. Najua now there's a vacuum for opposition. If Raila was there, let me tell you, this mzee knew how to control.
So essentially they are saying that they want Raila to remain in the opposition.
No, you see, to their thinking, they're not saying that way, but what they are saying, it was better.
It was better.
It was better because their property was not being destroyed. You know, the thinking of the people is different.
Mheshimiwa, this one I have to ask you because you are a plain-speaking man and you're an honest man. Why is it that when we talk about our elections, the people of Lima speak well of Raila?
Yes.
But when it comes to voting, they do not vote. Why?
Let me tell you what I think about. Unajua, ukiweka sumu sana kwa mtu kutoa ni ngumu. Hii sumu ilikuja tangu siku ya Kenyatta sumu. Ikaingia sumu hii. Alafu Kenyatta akaona hii kitu. Unajua ilifika pahali people walikuwa na sympathy ya Raila.
Yes.
Kina JM na wengine wengi.
Yes.
They started now again not agreeing with Kenyatta. And when he saw that he was a clever person and he knows what can tie Kikuyus. 1969 tukapelekwa kula kiapo. And Kikuyus fears that thing very much. I was taking it there when I was young. I didn't know even now what
it was, yes.
But I cannot tell you because you are not my tribe to tell you what happens.
Yes. That's part of the secret.
That's part of the secret. Yes. But you see, he saw that they are going.
He saw
that they are going. So he trapped them on
69. That is the time after Mboya had been killed.
Exactly.
Okay.
That's akaita hao akapea hao kiapo. And it was very serious because even some people have been killed there.
Yes.
If you are seeing funny or saying something different, what they're asking you not to say, and there was some instruction which was been given. He saw Kikuyus also they were changing because of democratic rights. And also they were bitter and they were supporting now also Raila Odinga because they were saying mashamba.
It was Jaramogi then.
Jaramogi.
Yes.
Jaramogi tulikubaliana and we support him mashamba iwe nini? Si ya kununua ni free.
Yes.
Lakini Kenyatta alipokuja hapo Nakuru Midland wakampea nafasi ya kwenda kuongea na wazungu. When they talked with wazungu inside there they convinced him. Hii mashamba sasa unajua there's a way. Ukisema hii mashamba hii watu wachukue free. Sasa Britain ndio ilikuwa ikiongoza hapa ikisaidia itakusaidia and there will be a lot of crashes, itakuwa na shida mingi sana. So what we do, we are going to give you money. We have talked with the England people. We are going to give you money to buy those shambas. Then you settle your people. And that money is going to come from us. That's why it was made SFT, settlement scheme.
Okay.
The government was given money to buy those shambas. They settle the people whom they want to settle. Then Kenyatta said, one, here is coming money. He's a businessman. Here is coming money. Here is coming opportunity, all these lands for me to say who get where. And when he came out from that meeting, he said, hakuna chabuli. Hapo ndio walipitana na Raila sasa na Odinga. Jaramogi kabisa. Wakapitana wapi? So Kikuyu Mau fighters, they were still with him saying what Raila was saying, it was what they wanted. Hii mashamba hakuna haja ya kununua, ni mashamba yetu. Mashamba yetu. So you see they had that clash, lakini katikati hapa kiapo ikakuja katikati ikaleta confusion. So hiyo as you have asked me, hiyo kaugonjwa hiyo kamekuweko, but now they might prove that Raila was right when he's already old. But because like now some of us we are happy for him being in the government because it is stable. Government is stable. And we also feeling the other side, he was on the other side, he could have raised the things without destruction of the things. So he's somebody who is fitting on many areas where he can control, but don't underrate Raila in this Kenya. Don't underrate him. He is a mzee, and even now, si wazee wengi wamfikisha hiyo miaka, wataweza kufanya instruction ile anafanya, na kufanya mikutano, but he is still doing it. And you see, he is praising people. You see the problem which we had with Gachagua, it's about himself.
Yes.
But you see later, it is himself and his people. It is himself and his people. And again, it doesn't go even wakita at tribalism at Nyanza. No. The city got 6 of ministers. He gives everywhere. I think he only got it 2. Ingine akapeana Joho, akapeana wapi, alipeana. So hiyo seats to fit the party. And that's why you see the only party, because I was in Kanu.
Yes.
The only party which in a survive the ODM. Why? Kenyatta went to the Kanu, he survived his term. Moi went to his Kanu, survived his term. From there, no one party can make the government. If you look at the ones who are there, Uhuru have changed about 4 times, Ruto have changed about 7 times. People are changing. You know, and you see Raila Odinga, he knows how kutunza chama yake. Why? It goes in the ground, inafanya uchaguzi kwa ground. He talks with the people, akikaa kidogo anaenda Nyanza, anaenda Mombasa, anaenda pahali ingine, anakuja Nairobi, talking about the party. You see why we are having a lot of problem now with the government we have now. You know, you need people to defend you. And people to defend you, if you have strong party, people will be defending you through the structure of the party. But you see, you can see like now where we are. I left to UDA, many people, it is vague. It doesn't have the people kufanya nini?
Yeah.
Moi used to do this because I have a big experience with Moi. Ikikuja demonstration ama walimu ama ni kuna shida nini na nini mambo mingi na sumbua zaidi na ma demonstration ananiita Nakuru akikuja. Na asemi tafuta ngujili. Abana anapita tu kwa control. Na hii kijana nani ameona sasa wanajua natakikana. Naenda anapita story mbali. Anakuambia sasa unaona walimu nini demonstration basi. Mkataa kuchunga nchi yenu. Hii county yako kataa kuchunga basi. He has just told you that, not to do anything, but he have told you that. Na anapewa pesa. Sharifu Nasir, nafanya mna hiyo. Come the other person. Anarudi anaenda anashika media. He spend money anashika media kabisa. Sasa, that day maybe is that week. And we know after that week, now we have to do the statement now on Friday or Saturday. That's what we used to do. So, he organized the issue which was fighting with finance or something.
Yes.
Kimani Ngojili Nakuru said, chairman of Kano. Sharifu Nasiru said. Kamodo said, so and so said. Muli Motisia said. Are you saying inafuatana kwa media? Inafuatana kwa media. So inaonekana chama inafanya nini? Inamtetea. The person who is left with that structure is Raila Odinga.
Okay.
Because he maintains his party. Even I don't know, but maybe you can tell us. I don't know whether it's the truth. I was told, Sivuna, I think he was told when from rumors. I don't know. You can tell us.
Yeah.
And don't defend because you are on that side of but as the truth. When the head neck was told, there are 2 things. You support broad system or you resign. I don't know. But there was rumors.
There was something like that.
And also confirm if Baba buys the media.
You know, there was something like that, like Sifuna resigning. But you even had him the other day in where was he? Somewhere in Western. The other day saying that he will remain Secretary General.
Yeah.
But if ODM takes an official position that they are going to support Ruto in 2027, he will resign.
Yes, he did say
that. He was very loud
he
and specific. He will resign.
But Professor, I've just told you, these are the cards you never know.
But you also look at the other side of ODM, the one that is actually telling him, go. And they're even grooming people already. They have mentioned some names. Yared Okello says he has very good English, better than even Sifuna. He's ready to be Secretary General.
Do you remember the time when we had the story of Men in Black at KICC? Do you remember?
Yes.
Yes. Just what happened? ODM were having an election. Is that not so?
It was.
Ababu Namwamba, Joe and some people assumed that they were in a position now to enact
because they had following
within the party.
Yeah.
Then the Men in Black did their thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is the first time I've seen tables flying. Okay.
yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Like in Maora.
Yes. It ended. Here we are today. what am I trying to say? With the politics of this country, can we trust the optics that we see and the words that we hear politicians uttering to be the absolute truth of anything?
No, but you must also accept that fighting in political parties is real.
It is real,
and it is real, and it is healthy.
It is healthy. I agree.
And sometimes it can go overboard, and sometimes it can be contained. That is why Mheshimiwa amesema it's only ODM which has outlived those fights, but many other parties. Look at UDA now, UDA. It is depleted because of internal struggle, power struggle. So probably in ODM they know how to contain that power struggle. But the new dynamic is that there are so many parties now being formed, and people are positioning themselves. Like in Nairobi, where Sifuna is the senator. A lot of people believe that Sifuna can be senator not only on ODM in Nairobi. He can be senator on any other party.
In this Nairobi that we are
in this Nairobi,
really, if he leaves ODM, that he has a high chance of being,
he can be elected.
And who is going to elect him?
Last time he was elected by ODM, the Luya community, the two communities, right?
Actually, if you look at the voting patterns of Nairobi, just ask who are the big tribes in Nairobi.
Yes.
How do they vote? Okay, and the answer will be there. So, if he leaves ODM, that's a question I'm asking. Hypothetically, who is going to vote for him? That's what I'm asking.
The big group.
How was Sakaja voted for? Was he in ODM?
No, Sakaja was not in ODM. Sakaja was a government project.
Yes.
And ODM had a candidate.
ODM, no.
No, Azimio.
Azimio had a candidate, but Sakaja was a government project.
That is true.
Okay? And when you're a government project in a place like Nairobi, the likelihood of you winning is very, very high. Because the very deals we're talking about, you don't know the negotiation that takes place as to let's do this and let's agree here. You may assume that an ODM candidate lost that particular seat or did not get the seat. But that may not be the truth. The political negotiations that take place, when you look at the history of this country and you're told by people who are there of what actually happened, you hold your head and said, so that's what actually happened. What you're seeing is not necessarily what happened. For instance, if you ask me, had Tim Wanyonyi stood, Tim Wanyonyi could have won that seat.
Yeah. That is what we believe.
Yes. No, it's what I believe also.
Yeah.
He could have won it. Why did he not stand? Because he was told not to stand. Now, I'm not saying because I guess. I'm saying this because he said this on air when he was interviewed. Okay?
Yeah.
So I'm simply saying what we don't know about the negotiations that took place that made Tim Wanyonyi withdraw from the race. And yes, he was a front runner.
Now he wants to run in Kakamega, right? Or is it
he wants to run in Bungoma.
Bungoma, right.
Bungoma.
Then you have something about... so anyway, he feels good about himself as Secretary General. And he feels it's attractive to anybody.
You think so?
So let's wait and see. Then you ask about whether Raila bribes media. I think working on media for any political party is natural. Yeah? If you don't work on media, don't think they'll come for you. Media has become a project of politics.
Okay.
Yeah. So you find that many political parties normally have a budget for media.
Okay.
Yeah. So you don't expect ODM, as strong as it is, as big as it is, not to be working on media sometimes. I think they do all the time.
All right.
It is just natural in politics.
But if he works in the media, on the way you are saying, maybe others, but not this media. This media,
we are yet to meet him.
We are not asked anything, and we are here. So it is not all the media.
What was happening in the last election? Mheshimiwa, just look at what happened in the last election. People believe that Royal Media was behind Azimio or Raila.
No. People believe that the person who owns Royal Media was supporting.
Yes.
And
he was open.
And he puts in the resources.
No, he did.
Yeah.
He said open. As a Kenyans, even if you're in the media, you must be where you belong also, and what you think. And we have seen that in the media. That's what you see. Some like now my brother here is just very neutral, but you see some people pretending you can weigh and see
that this one
go to this line and this go to this line.
You can tell the color of the blood.
As Citizen, as he's saying, it's a big media.
It's big.
I don't know whether
it's big
station. I don't know 14.
It's big.
Or 15.
It's big.
So if the boss says, or you see your boss where he is, you want to protect your job. So
Look,
definitely
gentlemen,
you try to.
Yeah. No, we shall have a day where we shall talk about the role of media in politics, and I think it's an important conversation.
Yeah, very important.
Because at the end of the day, like the media houses we are mentioning here, they are quite big and they have quite a big reach and they're very influential. So, I mean, it's not a conversation we can run away from.
Yes.
All right, so we have about what? Hata wakati umeisha. I think in conclusion, maybe Mheshimiwa, you can just let us know whether, number one, I know perhaps you might be wanting to run for your MP position again. Is that something we should look forward to?
Yeah, well, there is. I'm a bit stranded somewhere.
Right.
Because our people in the constituency really want me, and they want to prove that they don't know where their votes went.
Okay.
So they are saying they want to vote and stand for their vote. And I want to tell you, there's one thing.
Yes.
If you come as a stranger in the constituency or somewhere, you bribe people. Or you buy land. I'll give you like your Karao. Somebody came, bought a land. He was working with the bank, and when he bought land, a big land, I think he has stolen enough money, and he had put flowers, mingi. Hii nini inafanyagwa ya maua. Now, you know, maua inakuwa na workers wengi sana.
Yeah.
So the time of nomination, because that time was Kanu. He told his workers, "You are not going to work today, but I'm going to pay you double. But all of you go for nomination to nominate me."
Yeah.
You see, he went and he succeeded that way.
Yes.
But later, people started thinking, hey, who is this person? He came with money. He's not from here. He made us elect him. And he's not from here. You know, the repercussion was very bad.
Okay.
Very bad for him. After people realized, even when you steal, when people realize you have stolen the vote, the reaction is very bad. So, and also people are pushing me in Nakuru so much, and maybe you can weigh and listen to the people.
Right.
Because of being that I preach peace, I've been putting the people together. I'm born there. The Kalenjin community and the other tribes are in the other areas. They are saying, no, we don't want you to go in the constituency because you always help us, all of us, for peace. We want you to go to the senator.
Okay.
To the Senate. So, I don't know, but my stand up to now, it is just a constituency.
Okay.
Because you can lead from anywhere. And because I have a party called the Future Party, Tuvuka Pamoja, it's our party with the other people.
All right.
I would like to have less job and also maybe constraint.
Okay.
With also selling my party.
All right.
You know, the work of Senate, just...
Mheshimiwa Ntanyongwa, time imeisha.
Time imeisha. But nashukuru for the first time.
Yes.
Kuja hapa.
Okay.
And this is not the last.
Yes. No, we welcome you again
I've
and again.
seen these guys can be a very good friend. We can advise him.
I'm also vying. So.
All right, so gentlemen,
we are all vying.
Unfortunately, that's the time we had.
Yeah, thank you.
Festo, tafadhali kuja utupatie manifesto sasa yako ya kule. Umesema ni which north?
Mumias
West.
West.
Mumias West.
Yeah.
Sawa sawa.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa, for coming through. Thank you very much, Daktari, for coming through. This is where we say kwaheri. We shall meet you again tomorrow bright and early on Thursday at exactly 6 a.m.
Thank you.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.